Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content, playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
If you're a chess player, you have plenty of opportunities to challenge and play online against the top players participating in the Chessable Masters Super Tournament. Don't miss the opportunity to learn from the best. Check out the Chess24 shows area and tune in for banter blitzes with the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Alexander Krischuk and Pentala Harikrishna. Go premium at Chess24 to challenge them and gain full access to the world's most entertaining chess platform.
My name is Kamil Plichta, and I am the author of the course Break the Rules like the Trompovsky.
It really does look very, very dodgy.
Very dodgy.
Yeah.
Sure.
So yeah, this is a bit of a scary position, to be honest. So.
Like, okay, rook e8 of course was very welcomed by me, but I mean, okay, it was actually the trap. I thought, like, what's the most logical move? Like rook e8, okay, but then I have bishop e4. But I could never believe he falls into such kind of cheapo.
Nice day today?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty good. So just gotta keep it up because last tournament this happened as well, and then kind of messed it up later.
It was a very inspiring piece sacrifice by Jan Japamish with knight f5 earlier on. He played rook d3 in this position in his game, after which rook a1 was a brilliant defense by Artemyev, and if it wasn't for the disconnection, the game would have ended in a draw. What was the winning move instead of rook d3 is extremely instructive and also very difficult. Queen g7 check, and if king to e6, now queen h6 check, and the knight is untouchable if king takes f5. The winning move is, can you guys spot it? Not gonna be easy. Pawn to f3. Push him, baby, Yasser. The queen has to go, and then g4 will be a pawn checkmate, or black has to give up the queen for the pawn, and there's no way of getting out of this. For instance, if after the queen check on h6, black had gone back to f7, for instance, if we go back to that moment, white will force this position by playing queen takes h7. Now if king, let's say king f6, then queen h6, there's just no way of getting out of this position, because king f7 back, then we have queen g7 check, and king e8, queen g8 is mate, and if king to e6, queen g6 is mate. So there was absolutely no way out of the mating. That would have been a beautiful finish. Instead, unfortunately for Artemyev, it was the disconnection that decided the game in the end.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hello everyone, a hearty welcome to each and every one of you. We are in day 2 of the Chessable Masters tournament, and we're in the quarterfinals. Allow me to introduce our presenters for the show. I'm your host, Yasser Seirawan, and Anna Rudolf will be the host of all of our social media channels and Grandmaster Extraordinaire Peter Svidler calling the play-by-play. Welcome to you both.
Thank you so much, Yasser, and welcome everybody tuning in on Twitch, on YouTube, and Chess24. I'm monitoring those 3 chats, and as Yasser said, I'm also in charge of our social media. #StudyChess. If you haven't used the hashtag yet, we'll have once again a question of the day and other ways of interaction in which you can get engaged and be more part of our show and the event. Yesterday, by the way, the broadcast of the Chessable Masters was reaching its peak midway through the round, midway through the second round, I believe, and it was number 6 on the platform of Twitch among all of the streams. Any category included, all of the categories included, it was number 6. So thank you so much for watching our broadcast. Thank you so much for being here and for being part of this amazing event with some of the top chess grandmasters now in the quarterfinals. Today we have 2 pairs facing each other, 2 pairs battling on their day 1 quarterfinals match, and I'm going to hand it over to Grandmaster Peter Svidler to talk about today's round.
Good day, Anna. Good day, Yaz. Fantastic day of chess ahead of us, and we do have the second pair of quarterfinals today. Ding Liren playing against Hikaru Nakamura, and the battle between the AGs, Anish Giri versus Alexander Grishuk, and both are very interesting. I think eyes are more drawn towards the Ding Liren Nakamura match, and Magnus Carlsen yesterday when he went on air to talk about his day, he was very emphatic about the fact that the bracket he is in is the tough bracket, and the bracket everybody else is in. I mean, the sort of the top bracket is much harder than the bottom half. But Giri Grishuk is nothing to sneeze at, and is it sneeze or sniff? I never know. But I mean, there's definitely a different vibe about those things. The Nakamura Ding Liren quarterfinal has the air of a heavyweight battle where 2 people who have done extremely well in recent events are fighting for semifinal berth versus either number 1 or number 2 in the world. Currently, Magnus should I guess be considered favorite, having won the first set. And the Giri Grishuk quarterfinal, I expect to be a lot more freewheeling and feature, perhaps unjustifiably, I feel like there's going to be more self-expression there. In particular, if we see the patented 1 minute for the rest of the game by move 20 style of chess that we often see from Sasha.
Well, let me jump in and set the table for today's action. As has been mentioned, we're in the quarterfinals and we're in day 1. And what does that mean? Well, all the games, in fact, the first 4 games are going to be rapid chess. Each player will have 15 minutes with a 10-second bonus. And the goal of the players is to score 2.5 points out of the 4 games, or 2.5 points, or even 3 points out of 3 games, and they win the day. The idea is to win 2 out of 3 days. What happens in case of a 2-2 tie from the rapids? We must have a winner. A winner will be decided by a pair of blitz games. Each player will get 5 minutes with a 3-second bonus for those games. What happens if those are tied? Well, in that case, they'll be in a single Armageddon game. White will have 5 minutes, black will have 4 minutes. There will be no increment. And how are colors chosen? Well, that's where it gets interesting. That's where winning the preliminaries or being the highest seed can be an advantage, as you will have choice of color. You can choose white or black. So winning the preliminaries is a very good thing. And of course, once again, this is the 3rd leg in the Magnus Carlsen Tour. The winner of this event is seeded into the grand final, which will be played after 4 legs of action. The next tournament after this one will be the Legends of Chess, and then again, the grand finals. winning this competition once more seeds you into the grand finals, 4 events. So $1 million in a total prize fund. Very, very handsome. We started with 12 players. 4 players were eliminated in the preliminaries. They each received $4,000 for their efforts. Those players who are eliminated in the quarterfinals will receive $8,000. Everybody wants to make it to the finalists. The semifinalists will get a nice payday of $15,000, the runner-up $27,000, and the winner a very, very nice $45,000 for their efforts. So nice prize fund, Peter. And as we get started for this round of play, you mentioned that you felt that Anish and Sasha were the ones that are about to get creative. How would you describe the openings that we should look forward to for the other match between Hikaru and Ding Liren? Standard openings? What do you expect?
I think if there is one criticism of Ding's chess that could be levied at him over the past couple of years, it is perhaps that he was a little bit too predictable with his opening choices. But he has made quite an obvious effort to expand into somewhat unknown territory for him. I think prior to 2020, you would expect the Ding Nakamura match to feature a lot of the Catalan, and I believe they did play quite a lot of the Catalans in some of the previous online super tournaments starting from April 2020. But these days, I think Ding does venture further afield. He's played some 1e4. I'm not entirely sure what he will do today, but it's going to be interesting to see if he goes back to the kind of a solid repertoire he's always been a fan of, or tries to surprise Hikaru in the opening, or perhaps joins the long list of players who are testing various parts of Hikaru's QGD repertoire, which I don't think has been a large feature in the games between them in particular.
That really does feel like hitting one's head against a brick wall. And Anna, I'd like to just go back to you and trending on social media. What about our question of the day?
Thank you, Yasser, for bringing up one of the ways in which we mentioned that our dear audience can get involved in the show and win prizes. Every day we have a special Chessable course at stake. And today's question is, drumroll please, let's bring it up on screen. Which Chessable master would you like to challenge at Banter Blitz? Tell us why. The tell us why portion of the question is actually very important. So please do not just choose a Chessable master, but also tell us why you are choosing that particular grandmaster. Speaking of the Banter Blitz, if we can also remind our viewers of the calendar, who is playing each day, every single participant of the Chessable Masters will give a Banter Blitz show on Chess24. You see already the ones that have been featured. Yesterday, it was Anish Giri's turn to take challenges from Chess24 premium members. And today, the one and only Yanya Pomyashi will be taking your game challenges from 8 p.m. Central European Time. Take a look at the rest of the calendar and also answer the question of the day by using the hashtag StudyChess on Twitter. I will keep an eye on the Twitter sphere, and also will be bringing you more social media updates, including from the players. But now let's head back to Yasser and talk about the rest of the venue. Yasser, how are you feeling about the quarterfinals today's day after yesterday's short quarterfinals?
Yeah. Well, in fact, yesterday there was scheduled for rapid games, but both players won their respective sets of matches, 2.5, 1.5. So indeed, for ourselves, Peter and Anna, that was a very nice, welcome, short day. But we were also really enjoying the fact that Magnus came on as a guest and shared with us his views and perspectives. as did Nepo. Nepo, boy, I don't know about you guys, but he was rapid fire. I was like, holy smokes! So following him, we've got to turn him down a couple of notches so that we can maintain a conversation. But what I really wanted to say is that in this Chessable Masters tournament, each and every day, the chess has been simply brilliant. There's been thrills and spills galore, educational moments, tactical riffs, combinations, technique, dramatic come from behind wins, um, huge misses. I think of Timur Radjabov and Daniel Dubov. So I mean, it's really strange. I was on the edge of my seat yesterday, seeing more settled, more control. Magnus looked regal, and Jan was pretty impressive. But you have to say that there was a disconnect. And these are the challenges that we have with our stream, our show, our presentation, and the players as well. They have to have a stable internet connection. If they disconnect or they lose their connection, they have to get back within the allotted time. Otherwise, they could forfeit. There's a mouse slip or two. Yesterday, Magnus came in and he said, I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I made a mouse slip and it didn't cost me a piece. So I don't know, Peter, but it feels to me like we've just about seen it all, and we're only in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. I wouldn't say we've seen it all. There's, I think, still some outlandish events we can perhaps hope for in the final week of games. But it's been a very exciting tournament, and the fears about the qualification stage that some players have been expressing have turned out to be largely unfounded, because for those of our viewers who still remember the rounds 9 and 10 in both groups, which settled the question who will get to the quarters and who will not. In both Group A and Group B, those last two rounds were absolutely fantastic to watch, and until the very end of the round, we did not know who will be our final quartet from that group. And once the knockout phase starts, that generally is just very, very interesting to watch. And the tennis scoring system that started with the Lindori Sabi tournament and is being continued here, I am very much in favor of. What it does in particular is that it allows the players and the viewers to get a decent volume of games played, and also allows somebody to overcome a really, really poor day, which does happen occasionally. You just have a horrible day, and nothing works on the day. The head just doesn't appear to be screwed on straight. And normally that would cost you the entire tournament. But with this format, you still have a way to come back into the match, and that I think is very valuable when the field is so sort of tightly packed in terms of skill level.
Absolutely. I like it a lot as well. As you say, everybody can have a bad day. But in these quarterfinals, you have to have two really bad days, or your opponent two really good days. And Anna, coming to you, the players, not only are they enjoying themselves at the board, so to speak, or over the board, or over the internet screen, what are they doing on the social media?
Our two most active players on social media must be Anish Giri and the world champion Magnus Carlsen. I think Magnus is trying to catch up with Anish, because Anish has clearly been doing most of the social media weightlifting the first few days. And now Magnus has caught up with some Instagram posts and Twitter messages, including this one about his yesterday's match, the first day in his quarterfinals against Fabiano Caruana. As you guys were talking about bad days, Caruana did have a really bad day yesterday, but Magnus said the following about the result. Don't make the mistake of relaxing too early again, he said in a relaxed manner, referring to, in my opinion, the Linda Sebi semifinals against Hikaru Nakamura, where Magnus started with 3-0 on set day number 1, but then went on to lose the semifinals by losing the next 2 sets. So nothing is decided with this format, the tennis format that we are applying in the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour. Magnus then, of course, also switched topic to another sport by congratulating all Liverpool fans. Congratulations, everybody, from my side as well. I'm a Real Madrid fan, but I do acknowledge a good team when I see one. And Magnus finally also tweeted a fun video clip that he must have seen on social media by Unibet. This was an interview where Magnus was asked about how is he doing in fantasy football. That must have been a few months ago, because back then he said he's doing horribly. Well, right now the world champion is back where he belongs, number 1 in fantasy football. But here we have Anish as well, of course. He would not spend the day without updating us. Yesterday he played his banter blitz session on Chess24 and then also went on to solve checkmate patterns in the latest course of Chessable. We will talk about the brand new revamped course of Chessable, 1,000 checkmate patterns that each and every participant also goes through. Some of the exercises, not 1,000, I believe, and we will bring you videos from the players solving those checkmate patterns. Another update from the winner of Group B is, of course, always has to be #Foodstagram, the lunch of the champions. This is what Anish had for lunch today before his quarterfinals against the 3-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk. That's, of course, courtesy of his lovely wife, Sofika Goramishvili, who posted on her Instagram story how is the preparation going behind the scenes. They were playing pilot an airplane with their lovely baby boy, Daniel Geary. On that note, I wanted to mention that in this quarterfinals, Anish Giri versus Alexander Grishuk, we do have 2 family men facing each other, playing from home. Since Magnus said he's in Denmark at the beach house, and he does recommend players to stay at a hotel if they can, to be in a more tournament environment. Yasser, what do you think about both Anish and Sasha playing from home while also being a family man?
Personally, I think it's extremely difficult to combine or juggle the two. I was really raised in Seattle, and my chess competitions were primarily out of state or even out of country. So I was always in this kind of hotel environment where I didn't really have family members interfering. That might be an unfair way of putting it, but I was really focused on chess. And I recall a lovely interview recently from the Clutch Chess tournaments with Lanier Dominguez, and he was explaining how it's hard for him to switch. He was playing autos with his little 4-year-old Sebastian, auto cars, a couple of hours, and zoom, zoom, zoom. And then there was a gentle knock on the door. And by the way, Lanier, you're playing Fabiano in a match for your life, essentially. So making that switch is very, very difficult. I also wanted to say in these broadcasts, these are a different type of broadcasts than what Chess24 has done traditionally. What we want to do is try to make them more educational, informative, and much more interactive. And that's why Anna is monitoring our social media so carefully, because Anna is really the bridge between Peter and I, and we really like to field your questions and answer them to the best of our ability. So a very different program. Also, I just want to say a big shout out to Chess24, our co-sponsor, hosting our show, as there are multiple languages that you can watch, whether it be in Spanish or French or German, and that is just, I think, just such a cool thing. I mean, the technology just improves all the time, and by having those different commentators, you get a chance to experience something very unique and different. So I'd like to encourage our viewers also to look at the Chinese channel and just see what those commentators are talking about. Now, I want to turn it back to Peter to kind of set the table a little bit further about this quarterfinals and what he is expecting. Peter.
Well, as I said, I think in particular when the first game in the Ding Nakamura match is played with Ding playing the white pieces, that I expect to be a very solid game, kind of a reasonably heavily theoretical struggle, but nothing outlandish. Whereas in the Grishuk Geary game, I was kind of idly wondering about that, but sadly for that narrative, I don't think Alexander plays 1e4 all that much anymore. He still does it occasionally, but I don't think often enough for our purposes. Because I was wondering if Anish is planning to actually do some additional promo work for his Chessable course by essaying the French as a reply to 1e4, but you do need to face 1e4 for that. It's kind of difficult when your opponent goes 1c4 on move 1. We'll see. Clearly, both of them. I think Alexander's theoretical readiness is maybe not the stuff of legend, which I think it quite easily could be. He works very, very diligently on chess and has produced very interesting new ideas and just generally new concepts quite often. I don't expect that to be a non-event in terms of theory. It's just much more difficult, I feel, to guess exactly what they will play.
And while the gun is being sounded, Peter, I want to put us all under the gun. Peter, who's going to win today in each of the two matches? Anna, who's going to win today in each of the two matches? I'll go third. Peter first.
I'm going to take, I don't know, Dinglier and Grishuk for no particular reason. I don't think either of them are a favorite.
Goodness me, then I'm gonna say the exact opposite as Peter to have a chance at scoring somewhere. I'm gonna say Hikaru and Anish. What about you, Yasser?
I'm gonna say Hikaru and Sasha.
So we get three different answers. That's good.
Exactly. Very, very nice. And they're off, Peter.
And they are indeed off. In the Dinglieren game, no Catalan Ding plays the English. Hikaru has been facing quite a lot of the this particular line of the English recently. He seems to trust in the general soundness of the black position here in the 4 knights G3 G5 English, and I think his results bear it out. Famously, he won the Armageddon game in, I think, the Lindora Sabi tournament. Right, that was, I think, the Lindora Sabi where the Armageddon game featured an English close to this, but not exactly like this. And eventually he found a very nice little tactic and won a full rook in a position where it didn't really feel like white was in any danger whatsoever. But theory, I think after knight c3, knight b6, the main theoretical move in this position is probably a3.
Right.
But Ding goes for a quieter setup with b3, castles, and bishop b2.
This really has an echoes of a Sicilian dragon in reverse. The remarkable,
Absolutely.
Yeah, the remarkable thing about these, I want to say, middle game positions is though, while white seems to have a tempo in hand, as well as maybe more options that he wouldn't normally have, it doesn't necessarily guarantee white an advantage.
No, not at all. I would like to agree with that. Yeah, the positions are quite balanced in general, I feel, and black does tend to have a very playable position out of the opening here. I think the white players don't play this necessarily to even get an advantage. This line is, I feel at least, is more often than not being played to have a playable position with plenty of pieces on the board and lots of strategic and tactical nuance.
Right.
more than as an attempt to get anything substantial from the word go.
By the way, a very intriguing moment just occurred. The players are playing very quickly. Talk about this rook c1, 94, bishop f8. The Sicilian sacrifice is always on tap.
Absolutely, yeah. I think black cannot possibly allow rook takes c6 followed by knight takes c5 in the current position. And as for rook e8, bishop f8, Hikaru, I think, is very much on the record, so to speak, that he doesn't like playing f7, f6 to support the pawn on e5 if he has a choice. And the way to kind of avoid doing that is specifically rook e8, bishop f8, including the rook on e8 in its protection. And yeah, knight e4 with the pawn still on d2 is a curious decision because obviously you are quite actively encouraging black to play something like a 5 followed by e4. You can maybe even stop drawing the arrows here and start showing the moves. I assume the knight goes to c5, and after e4,
Absolutely.
the other one goes to e1. But the thing about that, it might look as if you've made a tremendous amount of progress, but you have to calibrate these things very accurately because if white gets to play d2, d3 in a position like this, and black doesn't have a good reply to it somehow, which often actually happens, the position starts, well, falling apart is maybe a little bit too strong, but it's not all that great for black, because if you imagine, I don't know, let's make some kind of a semi-normal looking move.
A5.
A5, yeah, A5 is never bad. D3, actually d takes e4 is currently not a threat, but let's ignore that for a second. And allow white to actually achieve his objectives. This position, I would already kind of, I mean, it feels slightly weird to say white is winning by move 15 in a position with equal material, but it wouldn't feel to me like too much of a stretch, honestly. This bishop is fantastic. This bishop is fantastic. Black ended up playing f7, f5, which is something you very, very rarely actually want to do.
Weakening it.
Because it weakens the king on g8 very much.
Knight b7 already on tap. You're right. I mean, as an English player myself, Peter, I would say, give me this any day of the week. Intriguingly, you had mentioned that Hikaru goes on record saying he's not a big f7, f6 fan. What do we have? f7, f6. Now the question everybody would ask, Peter, what about the natural break in the center, c2, d2, d4?
Yeah, and here I think we come to a very kind of a strange sequence to somebody who hasn't looked at this positions too much. Black could have played f5 on the previous move and didn't, and now white makes what appears to be a very normal-looking move in the center, and I think the reply is now f6, f5. Because in a similar type position, it is now very, very difficult to undermine this pawn on e4. Black has a very nice square on d5, blocking off much of white's play in this position. And I think black generally is quite happy in some kind of a position like this. So d4 is a very, very normal thing to aim for in positions like this, of course. But you do need to have a reply to life, and currently I don't quite know what that reply is.
That strikes me as a very amusing stutter step. You play f6, you let the other guy develop, then you go f5. Could we just, before we switch games, could we just develop that line a little bit more, Peter? So d4, f5, knight c5, e4. Now, Grandmaster Alex Ivanov, a good Russian never goes backwards.
Yeah, 95
yes.
is definitely a move, but
exactly.
But I think the sort of the larger point that the pawn on e4 will not be that easy to challenge still sort of holds true here. Although, yeah, I will absolutely agree with you that nobody goes knight e1 in that position. You have to play knight e5. But this is not a very clear position either. Let's say black plays c6, or maybe, I mean, f2, f3 is a little bit worrying me. So I'm wondering about even maybe the immediate knight d5 to have some knight e3 counterplay ideas. Playable. And as mentioned, if black doesn't reply to d4 with f5, if, for instance, we play sort of naively like this, I think white is quite happy, even though positions like this are still not that easy to prove that white has so much. But I think it's a welcome development, and I think d4 already would have been on the board if this is what Black had in reply, and only this, so to speak.
Well, a very intriguing moment for sure in that game. And if you will switch us over to the, what do you call it? The matchups of the AGs? I like it.
Yeah, the AGs indeed. And this is a weird move order here, starting with knight c3, knight f6, and bishop c4. And then after knight c6, d3, Anish decided not to play knight a5 here, which is a very kind of a normal thing to do in this position, and instead played bishop b4, knight f3, and d5, which is also kind of very natural, clearly a very playable idea as well.
This strikes me as really the single most challenging move. Like, if you can play d7, d5 and not be injured, you know, by losing some material, then it feels like instant equality. First of all, is it instant equality, Peter? And second of all, can he get away with this? This is a standard opening theory, you think? Or is it?
I'm not entirely sure. I was just about to mention the fact that I would actually expect knight g2 here and not knight f3 to be the main move, but maybe it's just me not being particularly familiar with this particular sideline. Knight f3, d5, white played e d5, knight d5, and castles, leaving the pawn on c3 emprise, which must be the plan here. Of course, you can't afford to spend too much time playing moves like bishop c1, d2, to which Anish replied by taking on c3 with the bishop and castling post-haste. Also very indicative of what he thinks of the position. Clearly, you cannot really go pawn grabbing here while the king is still on e8. And Alexander is now thinking, I think it's a very tempo-oriented position, honestly. I feel like very much, if not everything here, will depend on whether, let's say, Black defends the pawn on e5 comfortably and gets to develop his pieces to the squares he wants to develop them on. If that happens, I think Black is completely fine. But after, let's say, rook e1 already, you have to kind of ask yourself what the plan is. Maybe bishop g4 works. I'm thinking maybe bishop g4, because after h3, we have this knight takes c3 here. And after queen d2, bishop takes f3, this has to be quite good for Black, right?
Right. That was a nice, tricky intermezzo.
Yeah, and on the other hand, if you take right now, some position like this, I think, would be quite a happy one for the white pieces.
Again, not a complete disaster for Black, but experienced hands will tell you that white really is doing incredibly well. This is just a nice two bishops advantage, and as Black, you're not willing to trade your beautiful pawn on e5 for a double pawn on c3. No me gusta.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think rook e1, bishop g4 probably is a bit of an issue here, because it does create that knight takes c3 threat and gives Black an additional tempo to perhaps play rook e8 next move. You don't have to play it instantly. Other options for white would be, I'm not even entirely sure what I like. Can we afford to spend a tempo on h3? Because I think stopping bishop g4 might not be a stupid idea. But here, knight takes c3, you have to calculate. I do have queen e1, but I don't know if that works. It feels very kind of elaborate and not necessarily correct, if I'm honest with myself here.
I would always worry about a kind of a knight d4.
Exactly, yeah. That was one thing that was worrying me here quite a bit.
Yeah, now I feel like, darn it, did I calculate properly?
Exactly, yeah. Did I work this out properly? Do I have time for this?
Right.
Exactly how does that work out for me, and so on.
Yeah,
you never exactly know, and it's clearly a worrying situation here.
Okay, but if I just pull in my horns and I go rook e1, you go bishop g4, and I go bishop d2, I'm not usually this modest. But
yeah, let's say
activating-
rook e8. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess that has to be the reply.
And these H3 ideas,
I think it quite normally goes to the H5 G6 squares without you know, too much complaint.
There's nothing I can do. Wow. Okay. Well,
Well, nothing you can do is a bit strong. I think
right.
that's
I want to
probably not
exploit.
entirely correct, but
I want one of these. You know, I don't know how to say G4, Bishop B5, or maybe, you know, ideas where I'm trying to provoke Black to play a move that he probably doesn't want to play, F7, F6.
yeah, but it's not going to be easy to achieve, right? I don't quite
Hey.
see how we're achieving that.
Exactly. Challenges for sure. As we switch back, I want to just ask Anna, anything interesting, trending on our social media channels?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everybody, for responding already to our question of the day. I'm going to remind the viewers, in case they haven't seen it, that every single day we have a different, unique question to you, and you can get involved in the broadcast and have a chance at winning today's course by FIDE Master Plichta, who will be joining us later. We will be talking about his course soon, the Anti-Sicilians, by the Polish opening expert who was our guest yesterday, but will be joining us today to talk about a different course, the Anti-Sicilians. I'm curious to know more about that. And if you want to win his course, I do want to remind everybody also on the question that is the topic on our social media for today. If you want to win the course, which Chessable master would you like to challenge at BanterBlitz? Tell us why. Use the hashtag StudyChess if you would like to answer the question. And remember, the tell us why part of the question is really important. So if you want to take a chance at winning the Anti-Sicilian course, use the hashtag StudyChess and answer to our question. I'll be back later on with more updates and some of your answers to this particular question. Now back to the action and the second day of the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Anna. And again, thank you, everybody, for participating in our social media chats. Peter.
Yeah, Sasha came up with a move I mentioned, but not in this position. He, after some thought, he goes Queen E1 first, which is clearly a little bit awkward, but I'm wondering if he intends to follow it up after Rook E8 with Queen E4. But my issue with that is that I don't quite understand how we're refuting Knight takes C3.
Exactly. I'm a pawn.
I was wondering about some kind of a cavalier attack with Bishop F7, but the issue for White here is we've given up a bishop to give checks, basically. If we don't give checks here, this is not going to work. But our issue here is Knight takes G5, Knight G5 check just more or less loses to Queen takes G5. Our queen is still hanging, so we don't have actually time to take on G5. And after Queen C4 check, Black has a way to respond to that check while still continuing to attack our queen. And we end up with a full piece deficit here, not going to work out for White at all. And there is a quiet move, Queen takes H7 here. But if you give Black a full tempo, I feel like this is never, ever made. And we had to give up a full piece. So after Rook E8, I'm very curious what the
By the way, just that final position.
Maybe Knight G4.
So sorry, Peter, to interrupt you. Just for that final position you showed, because I thought it was very, very consequent, and I think you're spot on. Sure. It was Queen E4, Knight C3, Bishop F7. Just our audience might sit here and say, "Oh, whoa, this is juicy." Queen takes H7. I like what White is doing. He's about to play Knight G5 after Queen takes H7. Peter, go ahead. Queen takes H7. Peter? Yes. No.
Check, and you start running towards those squares.
Yeah, I wanted to say, sorry, I think that we had a lag there. There is a Knight E2 check, followed by Knight takes...
And that as well, yeah. But
yeah,
you don't even have to allow it, because...
Right.
You can also do that.
Right, exactly. That's exactly it.
So yeah, I don't think the sacrifice works. And I suspect he plans something else. Maybe the immediate Knight G5 with the intention of meeting, let's say, H6 with Queen E4 and do it in this ambitious, but maybe it doesn't lead to an immediate loss for white, which should be quite valuable.
Nice. Not an immediate loss. Very good.
And rook e8 has been played by Anish for so many years. And knight g5 played by Alexander. So we got
let me
that
just
part.
interrupt you for a moment, Peter.
Sure.
Unfortunately, you're kind of lagging in and out, and we're going to try to make an effort to troubleshoot that. So apologies to our audience for that. Because I think that this is a very important moment, a very sharp moment with this Queen E1 and Knight G5 idea. So we're trying to get Peter's microphone lagging issues, which, Anna, means that you gotta carry the show for a while for us.
I'm happy to jump in. Yasser, always a pleasure. The only worry of mine is that Peter has got the control of the board. So as much as we want to analyze, we cannot move the pieces without Peter.
Exactly.
But on that note, we can talk about once again our predictions. And I have seen on social media that has.
I can still hear you, so I can still do it even if I stay silent.
I thought you had to restart your internet,
Right.
Peter. I'm not sure if the lag is an internet connection issue.
Well, the good news then, Anna, is if Peter is lurking and we do get some suggestions from the audience, maybe you can even reach out and make them for a move or two there. But sorry, please continue, Anna.
Sure. So if we do have access to the board, which is great, then I was looking at this position after knight g5 and all those tactical ideas that you guys have been discussing, and I like it. But now bishop f5 by Anish Giri, with the idea of protecting the h7 vulnerable spot that was in the motifs with queen e4. Is this a good enough defense, or will there be something here for white? What is your intuition about this position, Yasser?
Seriously, I think it is really sharp. Like things are really bubbling. Again, the move knight g5 and Sasha's crafty queen d1 to e1 so that he could go queen e4 with the double attack against h7 and d5 precipitated bishop f5. And on the surface, this looks like a really, really good defensive idea. But you got to drill down just a little bit into the position, and you start thinking to yourself, f7's a weakness, f7's a weakness. How can we hit that weakness? And then we start saying, okay, f7 may be weak, but it's the knight on d5 that is the blockading issue. Let's get rid of that knight on e5. Let's play rook b1, attacking the pawn on b7. Aren't we crafty? But our deeper purpose is if we could get a rook b8 or a b7, b6 to be played. Aha, now we have it. Now we have a rook to b5 on tap. So I see this position as, even though it looks like it's just rather balanced, there's some real deep calculated lines. So you could imagine, for example, on a line that might go rook b1,
F3 has been played, but I would like to look at the lines that Yasser is mentioning, because I do think, Yasser, that rook b1 is a really tempting move, taking advantage of the fact that the bishop has abandoned the defense of the b7 pawn. And I love your idea about the rook lift, rook to b5 and attacking the knight on d5.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of like the main variation, rook b1, let's just say h6 for, and then followed by rook b5. We don't move the knight again. f7, the f7 pawn was our target. And I was thinking that if I could go rook b5 in this position, and if black is forced to take my knight hg5, then I in turn could also play recapture on d5. And obviously, Peter is going through a reboot.
I think we might have lost our chessboard. I saw two of you on the screen, though. Yes, it's always great if we can clone you and have you as your own co-host.
That's the parallel universe, Anna, that you saw. It was a slip of the matrix there, so don't worry about it too much. But
Maybe
okay.
maybe one day. I would love to see a show that's hosted by Yasser Seirawan. The main analyst is Yasser Seirawan, and Yasser, you would also take care of the social media, which I know you love.
Yes, I think that really incredibly creative, and I really enjoy after our shows of going onto the YouTube and doing a search for the Chessable Masters and seeing all the people. I'm telling you, we're creating an industry. They make their videos, you know, the bloopers, the best game, the most destructive moments, the nice interviews, and even as in your social media at the very start of the show, you know, Magnus with the glasses and stuff. So I just see an incredible amount of creativity bursting in the chess world. It's great to be a part of it. And by the way, I really mean this. This is the first time I've ever worked with Peter. And I've got to tell you, he is extraordinary, simply extraordinary as an analyst. Uh, Amazing, in fact. He's like the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps going and going and going, and he keeps up with our competitors, which is a real challenge. So give a little love for Peter in the chat. Applaud Peter. To my mind, he is simply fantastic. And I mean, I'm not one to give faint praise where it's not due. I mean, this is really, really good stuff. Peter, are you back with us by chance?
I think he may be restarting his router, or...
Oh boy, I still hear a microphone issue. I think we're still having Microsoft issues there, Peter. I'm sorry about that. So Anna and I will do our best to continue. What is the current position? We do have F2, F3 on the board. And
I'm just afraid that we will not be able to bring the board back until Peter has his internet restarted. So on that note, as you said, it's good that Peter is not here, so we can keep praising him, because we don't give him those compliments when Peter is around. I see many of you in the chat also rooting for Peter to be able to restart his internet and join us. And on that note, shout out to all of you tuning in on Twitch, YouTube, and Chess24. We are monitoring those 3 chats. And as we said yesterday, we hit a record-breaking viewership. We were the number 6 broadcast on Twitch among all the different categories included, every other esport and games on Twitch. The chess broadcast of the Chessable Masters by Chess24 was the number 6 spot, which is huge. And thank you so much to everybody who has made this possible. And thank you for being here every single day with us, because we are not going anywhere. This event is long. Yasser, would you like to remind the viewers about the format and what's at stake?
Absolutely. Well, of course, this is the 3rd leg in the Magnus Carlsen Tour. So there'll be 4 tournaments. The winner of each tournament will go to a grand final. The grand final will feature a $300,000 prize fund. The Chessable Masters, $150,000. All of the tournament combined, the whole tour itself, is a $1 million tour. So lots at stake, and we are in the quarterfinals here of the Chessable Masters. We are having some technical issues, so what we're going to do is just take a quick commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
If you're a chess player, you have plenty of opportunities to challenge and play online against the top players participating in the Chessable Masters Super Tournament. Don't miss the opportunity to learn from the best. Check out the Chess24 shows area and tune in for banter blitzes with the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, Alexander Krischuk, and Pentala Harikrishna. Go premium at Chess24 to challenge them and gain full access to the world's most entertaining chess platform.
There are more moves in chess than atoms in the universe. But only one move ends the game.
My name is John Bartholomew, and this is the Checkmate Patterns Manual.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
There are more moves in chess than atoms in the universe. But only one move ends the game.
My name is John Bartholomew, and this is the Checkmate Patterns Manual.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live broadcast of the Chessable Masters. We were just undergoing an existential moment there as Peter Svidler, unfortunately for us, was having trouble with his internet connection. And boy, I tell you, Peter, we rely upon you more than you think. You can't do that to us. How is it going, Peter?
Well, you rely on what my computer is producing in the. Yeah, I apologize to all the viewers. My provider occasionally does that to me, but it hasn't happened in quite a while, so it caught me completely on the hop here. It's still not great, but it's much better than it was 5 minutes ago. I hope I'm semi-audible.
Right. Well,
And
we do like challenges. So because the players' times, their clocks have really ticked down. Just kind of go quickly, if you will, and bring us up to date in both games, Peter.
I hope we have Peter with us and we did not lose him. Peter, can you hear us?
We have that beautiful moment of
sure. Let me
Oh.
try. I think Anish is doing
Saved.
quite well. There's been indeed.
I'm afraid that there's still an internet issue on Peter's side. Maybe if we use the board from Peter's screen, but I don't know if he can join us on the call.
This is quite challenging to be sure, Anna. Anyway, I can see the live game. If Peter is having a problem moving the pieces or not, but I can certainly see the live game between Sasha and Anish. Anish just has played this move knight f5, attacking the queen on g3.
Yes, I think we have lost our board because Peter's internet has dropped again.
Exactly.
We
Well,
will bring the board back as soon as we can. Thank you so much, everybody, for their patience. Unfortunately, this is something out of our control. As Peter said, it did not happen to him in recent years, but today it decided to happen with his internet provider that the connection is really poor right now where he is. But we will try our best to bring the board back as soon as we can. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being so patient. We will sort this out as soon as we are able to. Yasser, I wonder if that means that we need to go on a technical break,
right.
or can we
So,
show the board?
right, exactly. So, everybody, this is wonderful that this is all happening in game one. Again, there's going to be four games of action. They will be rapid chess being played at the top of the hour. This is the first day. We really had some technical issues. We like challenges, but this is even a little bit more than we expected. Ding Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura, Alexander Grishuk versus Anish Giri. Again, this is game one. Day two of the quarterfinals. We're going to be back on the other side of this commercial break. Hopefully, all of the issues that are besieging Peter will be resolved, and we thank you for your patience. See you on the other side of the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Chessable Masters. Well, as you know, we've had a few hiccups here with our technology, but fingers crossed, we're expecting that the rest of the show can go on. Hello, Peter, and welcome back.
Hello, Yasser, hello, Anna, and once again, I apologize for my internet misbehaving. It
You're
robbed us
not
of a
being
large part of this round, and it's been an interesting round from what I see on my screen. Very, very exciting game between Dinglir and Hikaru Nakamura in progress.
Absolutely, absolutely. We do have a result in this day 2 of our quarterfinals, as a draw has already occurred. It was a repetition. The players are not able to offer a draw offer, to make a draw offer before the move 40, but in this case, it was a repetition, a threefold repetition. That game is a draw, but exciting things are happening in the Dingler endgame, and it looks like, well, Ding Laren's king has no clothes, Peter.
Yeah, it seems like he should be in a lot of trouble, but the fact that the queen on d6 currently controls basically most of the squares the queen on e8 can use to join the game is what is keeping the white position afloat here. If you allow something like queen g6 check, basically the game ends on the spot if it's not a queen trade.
Right.
But rook d2, the move that Hikaru just played, I think is an incredibly unpleasant move to face on 19 seconds because it's very difficult to nominate a good move for white. And I quite like the no, actually I don't. I think this probably isn't great. But maybe there was nothing better. Dingliren played rook f2, just giving up the pawn on e4 and hoping to at least trade a pair of rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d1 check by Hikaru, rook f1. And now I think we can take, and if takes and queen takes e4, black is of course much better, but maybe white saves it after queen e5.
Because of that battery you have on the g7 pawn.
Yeah, sir. If the queens get traded here, it should be a reasonably comfortable draw, right? I'm not entirely sure.
Are we completely comfortable? I'm not so sure, but guess what? That's what has happened. Queen,
I think we'll find out soon enough, yeah.
Yeah, but queen e5, whether you can draw it or not, it's really not an issue, because otherwise Ding Liren was kind of facing a checkmating pattern.
Yeah,
queen
very much so.
Bishop f3, so queen e5, and Hikaru says, what's the problem? I've got two connected pass pawns. The fact that there is a structure on the queen side, that is to say, a3, black has an a4 pawn. Hikaru says, I can win this. And he may be just frankly right, Peter.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think if you completely remove the queen side, this is a draw, because I think white can stop the pawns from advancing too far.
Agreed.
And it's an intricate endgame in that if you remove the king side now, yes, black still has a pawn on a4, but a1 is a dark square, and black has a light square bishop left. Mm-hmm. So if white actually manages then to run with the king towards the a1 square, that is still a draw.
Right.
But the assumption has to be that race will start with the white king quite far away from the a1 square. So it's absolutely not a given at all that he will get to the squares he needs.
Okay.
So it's one of those where I really would hate to venture an opinion.
Right. Well, it's like 100 endgames that you absolutely positively must know. This is definitely one of them. How to deal with bishops of opposite colors battling against two connected pass pawns. We've just seen the move h4. One of the things that Hikaru desperately wants to avoid is playing h3 and allowing a dark squared blockade. So he's played.
I was actually looking at that, Yaz. Yeah. He hasn't played it, but he could play h3 here because that forces bishop d6.
Okay.
And then we can go king e6 and try to run towards the a3 pawn right now.
Right.
Trying to kind of a bit of a bait and switch, which may have been interesting. And remarkably, Ding just plays b5 himself, saying, I don't believe I will ever be able to queen this pawn, so I'm just going to give it up right now to make sure that my bishop is always connected to the a3 pawn until the end of days.
Kind of preempting what you were about to suggest, which was a sudden king rush to the a3 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So with this move b5 included, if black's king could ever land on the square b3, there will be a bishop d6 defense.
Yeah, and more generally speaking, I think Hikaru can now play king h5,
right,
and get the g pawn to g3. But this is a kind of a very well-known holding pattern where white goes king f4, g3, and now white waits on these squares, with black more or less completely paralyzed. And in case to make any progress at all, black will need to play g2, after which white does stop the pawns. And this is a draw now, because the king will be somewhere around the h2 square. And if the black king runs towards b3, of course, white will eventually put the bishop on this diagonal and hold.
Well, remarkable understanding there by Ding Liren as he navigated to this ending, including up to the move b4, b5, which almost begs the question, Peter. There was a moment that Hikaru could have put his bishop on b5 to make sure that the pawn on a3 remained vulnerable.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Yeah, could Hikaru just somewhere around here just prevent it?
Right.
And then go for the type of position I was describing. Let's say we play bishop e5 here, then we go king
Exactly.
g4, king h5, we go g4, g3, we put the pawn on g2, put another one on h3, and then we run.
Exactly.
I suspect it wouldn't have been fast enough anyway, because eventually I think white forces black to move the bishop, let's say 2d7, to protect the pawn on h3. But it may have been a more challenging attempt at the very least.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eye as the first game was a draw between the AGs, Anish Giri and Alexander Grishuk. They have made a draw. Again, we are in the quarterfinals. 4 games are scheduled, each game to be played at the top of the hour. The entire goal is to win a set by scoring 2.5 or 3 out of the 4 games. Yesterday, we had duplicate scores of 2.5 out of 3, so we didn't play a game 4. In case of a 2-2 tie in the Rapids, there'll be a pair of blitz games, and in case those games are drawn, a single Armageddon game. To advance to the semifinals, the players simply have to win 2 out of 3 days or 2 out of 3 sets. And we are in the first game, and it looks like Ding Liren has found a very impressive way of holding it, as Peter has described.
Yeah, I think in particular now with the b pawn gone, I just can't find any difference between this position and the position without the a pawns. And the position without the a pawns, I'm pretty sure, is just a draw.
Exactly.
So I have a feeling this also is a draw. And Ding also accumulated more than 4 minutes on his clock now. So even those concerns are now completely alleviated.
Just to buttress what you've said, Peter, for those who are joining us late, the time control is 15 minutes per side at the start of the game. Each and every move that a player completes, 10 seconds of bonus time is added to the clock as a result of the last 20 or 30 moves. Ding Liren has been playing very quickly. He has accumulated 4 minutes of extra time thanks to his fast moving and the 10-second bonus. Sorry, Peter.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was referring to. And he was at some point, I think, somewhere when the queens were still on the board, he was down to almost playing an increment, and his position looked extremely dangerous. But he took a very nice practical decision at some point to give up a pawn on e4 and get some heavy pieces, some major pieces off the board. And now, yeah, it really does feel to me like there's no way in. And Hikaru also, I guess, wanted to gain some time so that he could have perhaps one long think about potential plans here.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I just don't think there are any.
Well, it was that moment, first of all, as you described it, when Ding Liren, with the queens on the board, was down on the clock, facing some very severe challenges, and Hikaru quickly traded queens when it was obvious Ding Liren's king was open and exposed to checks. Hikaru completely misunderstood this ending of it, bishops of opposite color. He embraced it.
I don't think he had a choice, honestly. I think criticizing Hikaru is a little bit harsh because once he picked up that pawn on e4, after queen e5, it feels to me like this battery is a little bit too strong to allow to survive, I think.
If I play, for argument's sake, a move like, I don't know, queen g4.
I think I can even maybe start pushing my own trumps, because I don't think, like, my king on e1 will be completely safe, and the game has been drawn. And in the meantime, I also wanted to attract attention to the fact that the second game in our second quarterfinal today has already started, so we can show you that position.
Okay, well, okay, our technical difficulties has caused a great deal of alarm over here, but we will immediately jump into the game between Anish and
just to briefly show the opening, and then perhaps we can all take a bit of a breather from events on the chessboards. They are playing an Italian here, a kind of a quieter Italian, Alexander Grishuk, deviating from his patented a6 and then a5 in as a second move Italians, which Yasser also alluded to yesterday. After bishop c4, bishop c5, Anish played castles, knight f6, d3, and Sasha played d6, c3, and is now, for the time being, completely avoiding any mention of the a-pawn. Black played castles, rook e1, and here, instead of once again a6 is a move here, a5 is a move here, Sasha instead just plays bishop b6, followed by knight e7, c6, and knight g6.
Now,
this system...
I must say, Peter, sorry to interrupt you there, but I must say that to my way of thinking, the knight on c6 is a kind of a problem child. The knight on c6 can't jump to d4 or b4, and it doesn't really participate. Yes, it defends the e5 pawn, but it's not flexible. Conversely, I've always been taught that the knight on g6 is, number one, much more flexible in terms of supporting the center. Number two, actually does lend protection to the king. Number three, maybe even prepares a jump to f4. And by playing c6 and, I don't know, bishop c7, black fully equalizes.
Very often so, yeah. I think there's still quite a lot of theory in this position, which we could delve into this a little bit later, I suppose, when players commit themselves a little bit further towards their plans. But for now, I think it would be a good idea to switch over to Anna and to have the social media roundup and perhaps a learning moment of the day as well.
Thank you, Peter, for the shout out. I was looking at the previous encounter that we were discussing, and I have chosen a learning moment from the game between Alexander Grishuk and Anish Giri. f3 was played here after bishop f5, but just when the internet started to be tricky, we were discussing with Yasser rook to b1, which Yasser suggested, and I must say I'm in love with this move because it points out that now that the bishop has abandoned the ca square, the b7 pawn is vulnerable. Whether black plays b6 or rook to b8, the idea is that we will have this beautiful rook lift to b5, and the knight on d5 is hanging. Trouble is, you cannot move away with the knight because of the f7 square, so black has to defend the knight with something ugly like bishop to e6, after which we could simply take the bishop. Black has to take back with the pawn to protect the knight. Look at the pawn structure of black in this position, and white also has the pair of bishops, so not, of course, a decisive advantage, but a very pleasant position for white. Maybe after rook b1, black has to go h6 as their best possible chance, after which, as Yasser correctly pointed out, rook b5 is the strongest response, not caring about the hanging g5 knight, but attacking the knight on d5. And if h takes g5, bishop takes d5, once again, white's position is not a huge advantage, but it does look promising for white. Pair of bishops, the initiative, and the rook on b5 is beautiful. The pawn on b7 will still be an issue, and I think Grishuk would have enjoyed this position more than what he got after pawn to f3.
Yeah, I thought that was a very nice idea by Yasser, and then I was brutally cut off from their transmission before I could express my admiration for that.
Well, exactly. I was hoping for a little support there, Peter. You took a brilliant moment to have an internet cluster situation going on, but that was great. That was great.
Thank you, Yasser, for the learning moment. And Peter, we also chose that moment, by the way, to start complimenting you since you couldn't hear us. We took the chance to praise you. Oh, you could! Oh no, shoot! Trouble.
Yeah, it's one of those being present at your own funeral situation where
everybody's saying something nice about not aware that you're listening. Okay, Peter, back to our game 2 between Anish Giri, White, and, well, Joko Piano. We've just seen the move knight f1 and d5. Again, if Black gets in this move d5, I was always of the opinion that if nothing terrible or untoward happens in the next 5 moves, then Black is equalized. d5 by Sasha on the board.
Yeah, this is. I feel this is theory, and I even feel that I've played this position at least once on the white side of it in a game against, I believe, Dmitry Yakovenko in one of the super finals. I don't know if it was exactly this position, or perhaps Black started with h6 and only played d5 after knight g3. But I think you probably already have to start worrying after h6 that White will play d4 first himself. So it's a little bit of an arms race here, who gets to play that that first incursion in the center. And Anish replies with bishop g5, which is a topical idea here, of course, but because the knight is still on f1, compared to the position with the knight on g3, let's say, and the pawn still on h2, Black does have the option of going g5 takes e4, not having to fear knight g3 takes e4, which would be an extremely strong move here, of course. And then Anish will have a choice between taking with the d-pawn, which maybe gives him a little bit of something short-term, but long-term, the position, I think, is a little bit too symmetrical for White to have anything. Or you could play maybe rook takes e4, d4, rook takes e4. Although in this specific position, I'm wondering if this is a move.
Right.
I was going to say Black normally unpins himself by playing h6, bishop f6, queen f6, and we get the type of a position which optically should be fine for Black. But I am curious if it's also possible to play... No, hang on, that probably doesn't work, right? Bishop d8, knight takes f2, and... I'm wondering about bishop takes b6, but no, I think we do end up with a better position after something like queen e2, because maybe not e2. It's a tricky situation, because after queen e2 we have a double check here. If we just look at this position without me continuing to show long lines, Black sacrificed the queen for the rook. Right. But we assume that the bishop on d8 will get picked up probably by the rook. And then Black will have a rook and a light piece for the queen, and the white king will be somewhat weakened. So that should be a decent outcome. But if you take on d8 straight away, White does have a move d3, d4, which is very useful.
Right.
Which is why I think after queen e2, Black probably has to go knight takes h3, which is a double check, a very rare occurrence, I think. You don't see this very often. That means that White can only move his king. He cannot really take any of the offending pieces because the second one will still be giving the check. So king h2, and then Black has an intermediary move, knight h3, f4, attacking the queen on e2, and then we'll pick up the queen next move. So my suspicion is after knight takes f2, we have to choose a square for the queen, which cannot be attacked by the knight from h3. So I expect something like queen c2 probably is the best move here.
Right, and then the desirable knight takes h3 check leaves the knight hanging.
Yeah, and because there is no tempo.
Queen. Yeah.
Yeah, because there is no tempo with knight f4, Black will have to take on g8, and after g8, he does not win enough material for the queen.
Right.
But as mentioned, even if that speculative tactic with knight takes e4 here doesn't quite work out, Black definitely has a bailout option of h6, bishop f6, queen f6, where the pawn on e5 is slightly vulnerable, but you do want to play bishop f5 next move, which means that white probably has to spend the tempo on something like knight g3. And after that, black, I think, should have enough time to hold the pawn on e5 comfortably against some kind of pressure like this and equalize.
Well, I do see that move bishop c7, so that two minor pieces, if you will, are defending e5, and that's going to be very hard for white to make, the knight on g3 jump to the g4 square. So I think e5 is going to be firmly defended.
Yeah, I think so. And another option, and I guess the reason why d takes e4 hasn't been played yet in this position is that sometimes black actually likes to play this pawn sacrifice here, h6, attacking the bishop on g5.
Right.
Takes, and e takes d5 is really the only principled response white has. And in a position like this, black sometimes tries playing for some kind of knight f4, bishop takes h3 tactical ideas, or even maybe knight f4 with the idea of playing queen g6 next. Because these four pieces actually are quite well coordinated as attackers against the white king. Sometimes this works, sometimes this doesn't. It's hard to judge without actually calculating for a while.
Peter, I've seen that sacrifice so often. I'm not even sure who the patent belongs to, but I've seen it a lot. Anna, what's trending on our social media channels?
A lot is trending, Yasser. Thank you for the question. Apart from the question of the day, I also see a lot of predictions. So I would like to share with the viewers some of these predictions made on Twitter. The Red Devil saying, predicting Anish and Ding win today. It's going to be tough for them against Sasha and Hikaru respectively, but I think they will pull through. Hashtag study chess, hashtag team Anish. The next tweet is also a prediction about how the quarterfinals will go today. If we can move on to our next slide. This one is from Mark Armstrong saying, hello, Anna, Peter, and Yasser, loving the coverage. Well, thank you for the kind words. I wasn't going to bring it up for this, but for your prediction on hard to decide who will face Magnus in the final second group. So first of all, Mark is predicting Magnus to be in the final for sure. And secondly, he's saying second group really open unless Hikaru plays his best. This is why we study chess. Thank you for the tweet, Mark. And we also have a nice setup from one of you working from home, Maxim, saying, set and ready. Perfect background when home working. Hashtag study chess. And the final tweet I've selected for this segment is one of the responses to today's question about who would you like to challenge at the Banter Blitz. And Ola has chosen not one of the Chessable participants, but someone from Chessable, the co-founder of Chessable, John Bartholomew, who has just published today the revamped edition of the Checkmate Patterns Manual. Has now over 10 hours of video lessons by John Bartholomew and 1,000 checkmate patterns. So Ola, whether you can challenge John or not, do check out the checkmate patterns. And I want to read that he chose John because he would make the loss least painful of all the masters, being such a wholesome guy, and he would be the best at explaining a beginner pleb like me what I did wrong. Hashtag study chess. Thank you for your tweets and thank you for all the interaction on Twitch, YouTube, and Chess24. I'm monitoring those 3 chats and I will be back with more social media updates as well as learning moments. Now back to the action and the quarterfinals.
Thank you, Anna. I like the tweets a lot. I don't know, Red Devil. Them's fighting words. I mean, I picked Hikaru and Sasha, so we've got issues. Peter, who has issues between Anish and Sasha?
Well, the pawn sacrifice has actually been chosen by Alexander, but after e5, he does not play the immediate knight f4, but starts with rook f8, d8, which is also a reasonably logical move here. You want the d file open so that when you eventually play knight f4, not only the king side is under pressure, but also the pawn on d3. If white doesn't take on c6 here, it feels to me like Black's should be extremely happy with the outcome of the opening. Unless there's also the move d3, d4, which, as I now realize, is maybe a decent bailout option here for Anish if he wants. And he goes with another quiet move, knight e3. Knight e3 I actually considered, but I wouldn't have been worried about this. Would I? I'm not sure. Maybe it's stronger than I thought. For some reason in my head, when I was thinking about knight e3, I automatically recaptured with the pawn. When now looking at this position, it's quite clear that white takes with the rook, and then tries to put some pressure on the e5 pawn.
So after, for example, c takes d5.
C takes d5 here, you play maybe even the immediate queen e1 is interesting. Because it's surprisingly uncomfortable for black to defend the pawn on e5.
All right, very, very intriguing. But then after the move knight e3, you think to yourself, well, look, I'm in attacking mode. Let's continue the attack, and you've got the move. I thought would be the most natural, knight f4, Peter.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what Anish is planning here. Maybe he wants to. That looks. I don't know. It's a confusing position. Maybe he wants to go knight g4. Okay. Bishop takes g4 seems logical. Hg, and now we are attacking the pawn on e5, and still, quite importantly, the rook on d8 is still not connected to the pawn on d3. So this is maybe one way of dealing with this position. It looks like go on.
Just to continue, bishop c7 to.
Well, if you play bishop c7, you're giving me even more time to do something. But maybe I don't have much use for that time. Yeah, if I take on c6, sure. Black takes on d3 with the rook. Hang on, then I have c takes b7. But maybe I don't end up very happy at the end of that line. Something like rook a d8. Now the queen has to go somewhere, and maybe after rook takes f3, we end up giving some kind of a mate on the king's side.
Those black forces look really coordinated. I mean, talk about checkmating patterns. John Bartholomew's course will likely express his admiration for a knight on f4, huh?
Yeah, I think this is a very dangerous setup, and white would need to be very, very careful in estimating whether this is playable or not. Of course, after bishop c7, we don't have to pick up the gauntlet here with d takes c6. I think white has a very comfortable, at the very least, equality with d3, d4 here. Okay. D takes, queen takes, queen takes, knight takes, and after knight takes d5, we can go maybe knight f5 or rook a d1 first. The bishop on b3 is slightly more active than the bishop on c7. And also, if you look at this position, white has rooks on both open files and black only on one. And Sasha makes a move.
Yeah, I just saw an amazing move, a7, a5, and that's why these are elite grandmasters, Peter, because they come up with some creative stuff. And you called it at the top of the show. You said that you expected a great deal of creative play between these two players. And that's
I don't know if I like this, but you can't fault Alexander here for not restricting his his flow,
unbridled enthusiasm.
Yeah, I suspect he wants to play a4. Like, once again, let's nominate a passing move here of some sort. Rook c1. Nobody ever plays rook c1. Just to illustrate what the quote unquote threat is, I think his idea is to play a4. And now, if white keeps the bishop on the diagonal, now I think we can take on e3. Because in the position we were discussing, black now takes on d5 with the tempo. And white will not be in time to start the kind of play that he would be looking forward to normally.
That makes all the difference in the world.
And if white picks up on a4, I think simply c6 takes d5 gives black decent compensation for the sacrificed pawn, because knight will come to f4, 5e4 in some positions might become a topic. And black generally, for the price of only one pawn, has every single piece playing quite actively. And I think in the rapid game in particular, you feel like in practical terms, black has perfect compensation. But yeah, obviously, Anish is not obliged to pass after a5, and he goes d3, d4.
a kind of an out, if you will, Peter, that you yourself had just mentioned. We'd mentioned it when the bishop was on c7. You like this move.
Yeah, I think it connects the white pieces. It diffuses much of black's initiative. ed4 we're taking with the knight. We now have access to moves like queen f3 if we ever need them. And just generally we opened up the e-file for our rook. It's much harder for black, I think, to generate dangerous play here. Honestly, I don't quite like this for black. I'm not entirely sure what Sasha is planning. And Anish has not taken yet, which makes me wonder if he's maybe planning to play knight c4.
No, that wow. Okay, it does hit a bishop, of course. That's a very, very nice tempo. I think that this is a fascinating game, but equally we have to give a little love, a little attention to Dingler and Hikaru Nakamura, as they too are in game 2 of their quarterfinals match. How did they get here, Peter?
Well, I think from the structure, it's quite obvious that it was some kind of a d3, bishop c5 anti-Berlin. But this pawn on h4 is once again a portent of doom of some sort. It's 2020 and everybody plays h4 in every single position. Let's show the viewers how we got here. d3, bishop c5, as mentioned. Perhaps the most topical anti-Berlin there is right now. Hikaru took on c6, castled, knight d7, knight bd2, castles, knight c4, rook e8. And here he played a4, a5, and h4. I have a feeling he already tried this in one of the previous tournaments. Maybe, I want to say it was probably the Magnus Carlsen Invitational and not the Lindori Sabi, but they all blend together a little bit in my mind, I'm not going to lie. And I wouldn't want to stake my life and reputation on that being the correct answer. To which Ding replies with knight b6, challenging the knight on c4 straight away. Seems like it drops the pawn on e5, but in fact, if you take it after f6, this knight has no good squares, has to go back, and black wins the pawn on e4 and is quite happy about this outcome. So Hikaru played on knight e3, and Ding just took on e3 straight away. And this is where you would like to play h4, h3, I think. Because if white takes with the bishop, after bishop g4, I think he will find it quite awkward to unpin himself.
That's where h4, h3 would be a really, really good move if it wasn't illegal.
Yeah, sadly not allowed by those prickly rules of chess. But
those bureaucrats, you know? Yeah. Okay.
So Hikaru took with the pawn, and then Ding launched a maneuver, which is very logical as well. There is now this somewhat glaring target in white's position on g4, towards which you can direct your light pieces. And he does go knight d7, bishop b2, knight f6, knight h2, and quite simply h7, h5, saying, I will be able to land a piece on g4, and after that, white will never really have any kind of kingside play. Queen f3, queen e7. Of course, you need to protect the f7 pawn to have the capability to play bishop knight g4. Hikaru played bishop c3, and Ding is now thinking, but like his entire previous play would indicate that maybe not immediately, but eventually this knight lands here.
I have to say, Peter, classical, consequent play by Ding Liren, in my view, is netting him a bit of a plus. You just put, the knight g4, the g4 square observation, but I'm also seeing possible exactly the rook up and over. And, that bishop on c3 is maybe good, but boy, it's not effective. So I would say Ding Liren for choice.
Absolutely, I agree with every word. I mean, the one question we have here is whether it's enough to generate something substantial, because the position does remain quite closed. And if you do eventually play knight g4, there will only be the major pieces and one pair of bishops left on the board. So it's not going to be very easy for Ding to cash in.
Let's do that for our viewers. We'll play a move like rook a6, rook a e1, let's say. and knight g4. And what you're saying is, yeah, we trade.
Takes. Oops, no, not queen h3, of course. Apologies for that. Queen g3. And
yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, only black can be better here because the white structure is absolutely calcified here. If you push for the d3, d4 break, in most cases, it will just result in you losing some parts of that structure. So I think white will probably spend the next, I mean, not the next 10 moves even, the rest of the game pretty much. I expect to be spent passing and not really doing anything proactive at all. But black still needs to find a way to break through somewhere, and I don't know where that is.
Well, in fact, we've just seen this move, bishop c3 to e1 by Hikaru, an indication himself that he is about to seize the defensive. And let's just check in with Anna and ask her what's trending on our social media channels, Anna.
Thank you, Yasser. Apart from the predictions that we have already named, and also, by the way, the three of us have made predictions, but we'll see who is right at the end of the day. But apart from the predictions, of course, we have a couple of answers to our question of the day. If we could remind our viewers again about what the question is, which can win you a Chessable course. Again, every day we have a different question and the prize for the selected tweet. Today's question is, which Chessable master would you like to challenge at Banter Blitz? Tell us why. You need to use the hashtag StudyChess on Twitter if you would like to take a chance at winning today's course, which is the Anti-Sicilians by our guest who will be joining us soon today, FIDE Master Camille Plichta. One of the answers I've selected from the selection, we have a bunch already as candidates to be the winners, is from Max Dooley. He's saying, I would love to challenge Paul Barta, that is the one and only Grandmaster Peter Svidler, to a couple of games of Banter Blitz. I feel like he would be gracious in victory, and we could talk about cricket. Hashtag study chess. We'll need to talk more about cricket with Peter, but now on to the next response, which is from Hamed Hussein, and he also included a lovely photograph. He's saying, I would pull my hair out if we don't have more of Anton Korobov. The world needs to experience more of his dry sense of humor. The first thing he said in his recent Banter Blitz was, is it blitz or correspondence chess, when the user took 5 seconds for his first move. Thank you, Hamad, for sharing this information on Mr. Korobov's Banter Blitz. We do miss his dry sense of humor too. And Jan Wolf answered to the same question of the day. I would pick Jan for Banter Blitz because there are so few Jans in the world that it is always a joy to meet one either in person or digitally. That would cover over my horrendous defeat as he blitzed out moves while I took a minute to figure out what to play after 1e4. Hashtag study chess. Thanks to all of you who have been responding to our question of the day. And now back to Yasser and Peter for the rest of the action. I'll keep monitoring the chat as well. So thanks to all of you who are being engaged on YouTube, on Twitch, and on Chess24. This is a very exciting day to try to predict the results. So I would like to see more of your predictions too on Twitter and in the chat on what's going to happen in today's quarterfinals.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Anna, for keeping an eye on everything. I agree, by the way. I think Anton is just a delight.
He's an international treasure, I would like to say.
Yeah.
I absolutely
treasure.
I absolutely love the guy. He is. I don't know how well that comes across if you don't, let's say, read his in-depth interviews, but he also has very good formal education, can quote poetry at you for hours on end, speaks a number of languages, and he is just a marvelous person to have in the chess world. I really enjoy everything to do with him.
Wow. Well, there you have it. Absolutely. A wonderful endorsement there by Peter Svidler. Peter, a breakdown, if you will, in a kind of an educative way, what are the two players aspiring for in the Anish versus Sasha game?
First of all, let's update the viewers on what happened.
Yes.
We left it somewhere around here. Anish actually did not play knight c4, did not play knight takes d4, took with the pawn, which is also fine. Sasha played knight f4, very topical move, of course, takes, and knight g4, at least getting rid of one of the two black bishops. And now black won the pawn back. And seemingly his pieces are the trio. The trio of pieces here is quite active, but structurally his position remains very, very suspect. The pawns on the queen side could become quite weak, and if white manages to drive these pieces away and not make any concessions, I think white will be better. So for Sasha here, the challenge is to cash in his current probably temporary activity and make something of it while he still has the arguably slightly better pieces. Because if this ends up being, let's say, an endgame with equal material, the bishop will be much stronger than the knight, and also the pawns on a5 and c6, once again, they are very much potential targets.
I must ask the question, though, Peter, because the way I play chess, and I think for a lot of the people in the audience, when the rook was on d4 a moment ago, I'm always seeking to activate my pieces, so therefore the move rook d4, d2 makes perfect sense to me. But just as much as I'm seeking to activate my own pieces, I'm trying to make the other guy's pieces passive. So a lot of us would have played a5, a4, a move that Sasha rejected.
I also thought that was forthcoming. The only reason I can maybe name is that after bishop c2 and rook d2, if we are intending to play rook d2,
Yes.
white now has the option of playing bishop f5. But I wouldn't have been so scared of it. I'm honestly quite surprised a4 hasn't been played. It looked very logical to me, in particular because the bishop on the b3, a2 g8 diagonal does put a lot of pressure, let's say, on the f7 pawn, which makes you kind of worried for the safety of the black king in many of these lines.
Exactly.
Sasha is also back to his habitual 32 seconds. So,
oh, I'm sorry, I should have been monitoring that. But indeed, the time trouble, as usual, could easily strike Sasha. After rook d2, do we have updates?
Rook a d1, rook a d8 played, and now you need to start calculating all kinds of tactics. I've been trying to work out if white can somehow justify giving this check and then maybe even this check. But I think after g6, black's threats are more immediate than white's. For instance, knight h3 check currently is a huge, big threat, blowing the white king side apart.
And I always love that checkmating pattern where you get to go knight e2 check, king to queen h4. I mean, that's an oldie, but boy, is it a goodie.
We do have some updates in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren, and I wonder if any of the players is ready to repeat, because Ding was playing queen to e8 and queen g6 in his last moves. At the same time, Hikaru is not repeating. Who is playing here for a win? Is anyone interested?
It's not white. We know this much. It's not white, but yeah, and such a stark contrast between these games, because this is move 31, and they both. I mean, Hikaru actually has more than 10 minutes left, and Ding is hovering around the 10-minute mark. And in our second game of the day, it's move 25, and Sasha has 13 seconds against 2 minutes for Anish. So. I think showing the viewers the position in the Nakamura Ding Liren game is we should do that, but we should still be following the second game, because it does appear to be a lot more exciting, at least potentially.
Yeah, of course. If you could just, Yasser and Peter, if you could just simply explain why Ding is going back and forth with the queen, and what could be a potential plan for black to make a progress in this position.
All right, very good. Peter will get one of the things that I would say to carefully monitor is the fact that this the black squared bishop on h2 is incredibly passive. Like, this bishop is so bad. There was a moment ago when the rook was on g4 that bishop takes d3, c2 takes d3, rook takes d3, was a very intriguing sacrifice of a bishop for a couple of pawns. The idea is that at the end of the day, white is left with an incredibly passive bishop. And I thought that was going to be the type of breakthrough that Ding Liren would look for. He's a big favorite to pick up a third pawn, as Peter is showing. So a piece sacrifice might have been the way forward for Ding Liren. That would have been my best guess. Peter, you see the game.
I don't disagree, but it is a very committal decision. The score
course.
in the match is level, and although it does feel like this piece sacrifice is interesting and perhaps even justified, it's, I think, not that easy to convince yourself you absolutely have to do it, because you can actually picture this backfiring in the end. Although I agree, it does look like it blows the white position open, and let's say if Ding needed to win this game at all costs, I think this already would have been played. But in a quiet match situation, I think it's not unreasonable to wait for now. And
fair enough. A little bit balanced, but again, we really felt that both of us had the feeling that Ding was the one pushing. Back to the AG match.
Yeah, the AG duel, this is sort of exactly what I've been describing. The queens came off, white completely stabilized, and now black will face a bit of an uphill struggle here to defend all of his numerous weaknesses, in particular on 12 seconds. This is going to be very unpleasant for Alexander. Yeah. Rook c1 is a strong move, attacking this pawn, hinting at rook c5, attacking that one as well. Yeah, I think if Sasha ends up defending this, it will be an absolutely heroic effort, because it just looks close to lost. He gave up the pawn on c6, I guess, to play a4, but now rook c4 seems to me like it more or less ends the game on the spot. Yeah, and that's what Anish played.
Yeah, you called it. You absolutely nailed that. Rook c4. And the point is, any rook trade bishop takes, that candidate pass pawn on the queen side, it's a long way for the knight. F7's weak, and the potential for even a2, a3, and just saying, hey, I want to have two connected pass pawns. This is all occurring, and it looks like, well, to my eyes, cruise control for Anish Giri.
Yeah, I think this position is just utterly winning for white. You can go a3, as Yasser said. You can also go bishop b5 and say, two a pawns are better than one, which is quite true. Quite true. Or you could just go king f2 and not commit to any of those things. And I suspect after knight d7, now Anish will play bishop b5, knight c5, king e3, bring the king over to like d4, c4, b4. And I mean, the thing about this position is, even if you remove the pawn from b2, even those positions white occasionally win.
Exactly.
And when there's two of them on the queen side, there's really not a lot to discuss.
And this is such an important lesson that Ani, I mean, it's so simple. I know, I understand. The king is a weak piece, yes, but in the endgame, the king can become a very, very powerful piece, and we see Anish just rushing his king into the middle of the board, and that's a technique. You really have to understand. Use your king in the endgame, and I like this idea. Well, it's kind of a combination of Anish is putting together all the finishing touches that you've been mentioning. King d3 to c4 to b4. He's just rounding up that a pawn pretty nicely, Peter.
Yeah, I think there's really almost no hope left here for Sasha. Like, the absolute dream scenario for black would be something like this, and then white for some reason burns, I don't know, 5 tempi here, doing absolutely nothing, and black ends up somehow creating a passer on the H file, and then yes, you do start having decent drawing chances, but of course this requires a tremendous amount of cooperation from white, which we don't really expect to see, if we're honest with ourselves.
No, exactly. King d4, and keeping in mind there's even a bishop e8 to really put the kibosh on those ideas. And okay, Sasha definitely fishing for whatever small chances of saving the game. What's happening in the other game? Is Ding Liren done much. Oh, he's got a king march on the board. He went.
Yeah, he's done something that he really loves doing in his anti-Berlins, namely getting his king over to the other side of the board from g8 all the way to b7. In the meantime, the rook, which was quite nicely positioned on g4, got traded off for one of white's rooks. And we come back to the previous question. It's a very pleasant position for black. White really has just about zero counterplay. But how do we break this nut open?
Exactly. I'm forcibly reminded of the 2016 World Championship match between Sergey and Magnus, where Sergey also, funnily enough, on the black side did a king march, and Magnus was, let's say, having to defend the king side.
Yeah, absolutely. If black could find a way to play, let's say, queen g4 and then g7, g5 in such a way that doesn't lose the f6 pawn, for instance, it could become interesting. But I have a feeling Hikaru should normally have a way to deal with those ideas. There's a small trap being set by Dingler, and right now it looks like white will probably welcome an endgame here. So it looks maybe half attractive to play queen d1 here. But I suspect black absolutely jumps at the opportunity to use the spin to break something open on the queen side. And then the pawn on a4 might become a very legitimate target for some kind of whoops, arrows.
Peter,
some kind of pressure like that.
I have the impression by the time we get to the finals, your arrows are going to be spot on. I mean, you're practicing brilliantly.
That is a very generous reading of events, which kind of disregards the fact that I've been using this client for the past 5 years.
Oh,
and
boy.
And still haven't learned how to do it properly.
In that case, I really can't wait for tomorrow either. It does look like Anish. Well,
I'm actually quite surprised by what transpired here.
Right.
I think this is the best position black had in ages and ages.
Agreed. Like, whoa, could we?
I think it's possible not to win this now.
I'd given Sasha up for lost. The ghost.
So have I. Yeah, I have absolutely written this off. I thought there is no chance this ever becomes unclear. But honestly, like, there's definitely decent drawing chances here for black, because he has an outside passer on the g file, which he will be using to distract the white pieces. I think the winning plan is putting the bishop on g2, and then never ever going towards the king side with the king, and hoping to just start pushing and using the bishop on g2 as a twofold. First of all, it stops the g-pawn from queening, and secondly, it very well does a very, very good support job for our push on.
He's put the bishop on
the king
g2,
side.
and sorry to say, I personally find that surprising. I see the bishop as a potential target on g2. I would much rather put it on h1 or goodness knows.
Yeah, I mean, I meant long diagonal in general. Yeah,
Right.
perhaps g2 is not. I was too zeroed in on that particular square when in fact I should have been saying somewhere on the long diagonal.
Right, because here aren't we just encouraging knight h5, knight f4, and if I could win that bishop, well, then
he played king e4 in reply, and now you have to start calculating, because I'm already my eye is drawn at least to the idea of playing king c6, king f5 check, king b5, trying to get it to a4.
Mine too, absolutely.
But I think king c6 a4 is a problem, which is why Sasha starts with knight g3 check, planning to sort of come from around. I think he will probably actually save this now. King f4, knight e2 check, king takes g4, knight c3, I think is maybe the to stop bishop e4, and then we start attacking those pawns from.
I see.
From behind. I have a feeling he holds this now.
Knight d4 on the board. He had been threatening knight c2, bishop,
and now knight b5. Yeah, I think this probably is just a draw now.
Yes, that's
this is such a miraculous save by Sasha. Knight b5 after a4, we go knight c3, bishop c2, we go knight g5, b5. B5 we actually even have knight e3 check. So
simple. And
that's just a draw.
Dead draw. And knight d5 on the board. And Sasha, I mean, boy, sometimes...
Yeah, and look at Anish there.
Yeah. So sometimes it's one of those things that, like a victory that's that escaped feels like a loss, and it can be brutal feeling.
Yeah, Anish will be extremely disappointed in not having won this game. He played the first part of it very, very well, and definitely better than Sasha. And yeah, somewhere around here, I think both of us sort of lost interest in it because it felt like there's never going to be a single twist in that tail, so to speak.
Right.
And maybe we have to come back to the decision by Anish, not to just pick up the a-pawn when it was available. I think if he goes bishop b5, a3, ba, and then just starts pushing it, and that would be the other way to convert this into a full point. You push the a-pawn with the support of the bishop, you make black distract much of his forces toward that side, and then the king invades on the king's side. And the fact that you have two of those is actually very beneficial to you, because even if one gets lost, black still has to pay attention to the second one. So you have more time than you normally would to execute that plan.
Yeah, and I really believe that such an ending, as you've just put it, would really have led us to a learning moment where when you're playing bishop versus knight, these single worst pawns for the knight to handle are the A pawns as well as the H pawns, because if the knight is forced to blockade the pawn on the wing, it is so far away, it can never even be considered a piece. It's not going to be doing anything else other than blocking the pawn. So I really think that failure to convert is a bit mystifying. Let's go right back to the other game, Hikaru Nakamura Dingler, and this match is tied 1-1 after the first game was a draw. What's happening, Peter?
Well, nothing much so far. I think Ding is fishing for a way to break the position open somehow.
You mentioned previously that he could angle for the move c5, c4, and then, you know, there was a queen on d1, so good things were happening. But shouldn't he be playing for c4 in any case? Because there's an e4 in case of c4. However you capture, black gets to capture a pawn back.
Absolutely. I think it's fairly certain that white doesn't give up the pawn on e4. That one is a little bit too important. White always recaptures thusly.
Okay.
And then we have this this position in which, yes, we have now an outside passer for black, but we also made white structure a little bit more mobile. Perhaps the bishop on g3 can get rerouted back to c3, and pushing that a pawn, in particular with queen still on the board, is maybe not such a trivial task. But yeah, it's c5, c4 is definitely one of the ways Ding could try to change something up in the position right now.
Okay, so you still feel that Ding for choice then?
Yes, but I think draw is becoming a sort of a larger and larger favorite overall over both of the participants.
Is that because the trade of a pair of rooks reduced black's kingside chances, or it wasn't anything really remarkable from the outset?
And we just got information that since it is now move 54 or so, and after move 40 you are allowed to offer draws, apparently there was a draw offer in this game, and it was refused by Ding Liren, who feels he can still play. And I think it's perfectly reasonable to continue playing. As we already mentioned numerous times, black runs precisely zero risks here if he decides not to open anything up. So of course continuing for a while and looking for some kind of a chink in Hikaru's armor is reasonable, but I don't see it. I don't quite understand how black is supposed to go about things here. I think maybe from a practical standpoint, the way to go is to just make moves until both you and your opponent are, let's say, down to 2 minutes, and then find some kind of a break speculative or no, preferably a good break, but a speculative one will do if you really feel like it.
Spoken like a real experienced blitz hand there, Peter. Nice. You just keep playing the position until the less time on the clock. It's nice to have an initiative in such situations, to be sure. By the way, I'm going to send it over to Anna to introduce a very special guest today, our author of the day, Camille. Anna, please do the honors with the introduction.
We do welcome once again FIDE Master Kamil Plicha from Poland. He is an opening expert and has some of the most popular courses on Chessable. So we invited him again to talk about another course that he has recently published on Chessable. It's called the Anti-Sicilians. Kamil, welcome to the show.
Welcome again. Nice to be here.
Thank you for joining us, Camille. Yesterday, you got a little bit, how do you say, overshadowed. I think it was world champion Magnus Carlsen for one joining, but nice to have you back. What's been your impression so far of this round?
Firstly, when I saw many Italian games and many Berlins, I was like, okay, it's not going to be the most exciting rounds, but okay, so far we have draws only, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, but I think that the games are not that boring. There were many missed chances, so I'm pretty sure that there is still going to be a lot of fights today.
How do you get anti-Sicilian?
Yeah, because I think it's really worth explaining to people, because I know that many people might get confusing with this title. So normally when somebody speaks about the anti-Sicilians, it's pretty easy. It's like the Alpine, the Rossolimo, or something like this. But the anti-Sicilians is just the same opening, but from the Blacks' perspective. So you are just fighting against those people who are not going to play the open Sicilian. So basically anything which is not the open Sicilian is covered in this course from Blacks' perspective.
Very, very nice. Peter, just update us if you will. Queens have been traded in the Hikaru Ding-Liren game.
Yeah, that's an interesting attempt by Ding, because I think it also limits his options quite significantly. And what has happened here? Interesting. I didn't think that was possible. He played c6 and b5. Despite even the fact that White has seemingly a perfect defensive setup against it, I guess he's intending to meet AB5, CB5, rook takes A5 by taking, perhaps playing, no, before immediately doesn't make sense. We play bishop D1 here.
Right.
But even this probably is a draw. And sort of a larger question is, if White completely ignores it and plays King F2, what's the winning plan supposed to be here? Let's say King F2, King B6, Bishop C3, and just in particular, I would like to play King E1, King D2, and have everything completely under control. And
well, if it's not associated with C5, C4, I don't see it either. I suppose Black will try to figure out some way of making the move C5, C4 hit with impact, but as you say, if White gets his king to D2, he'll be right perfectly in time to meet C4. It looks increasingly like a draw to me, Peter. Yeah, and he has played Bishop C3 by the way.
It seems like White should be holding this reasonably comfortably. And yeah, if you go B5, B4, I think that's an indication that you're also a little bit disillusioned with your winning chances, because that really locks up everything.
True. Camille, I always like to ask, because I feel like as a teacher, a coach, that no matter how badly I teach, I always learn something. You, when you were making your course, what did you learn that really stood out for you?
Patience.
Patience.
I think a ton of patience for this course, because normally throughout my whole life I played that accelerated dragon for Black, and I used the G6 move order, and only around 1 year ago, I switched to the 4 knights Sicilian. And I never played those structures with D6, and in the anti-Sicilian course, I cover both E6, D6, and knight C6 positions. So I had a lot of variations to do, which I basically have never played. So it was a very challenging stuff for me. And why patience? Because many times when you work on some variation, you're like hitting your head against the wall. Then you go to sleep and you are kind of angry because you spent like 3-4 hours and you are in the same position, or even worse, because now you have zero clue what to do next. And it happens many times. It looks like, okay, the course is done and it's fine, but while you create it, things are not that simple very often.
Nice. Patience. There you have it. The players have been pretty patient, Peter. Ding
I may have spoken too soon. Yeah, I assumed that the fact that he played b5 and then b4 is an indication that he is to a degree done with this game, but maybe he just wanted to completely kill off the queen side and then start on some kind of g5 plans. 1 second.
And some kind of, G6 F5 plans. Okay, interesting. Anna, jump right in. What's trending on our social media channels?
I think the most trending tweet is the one spotted by a lovely audience. Thanks to all of you in the chat who were screaming, Magnus has tweeted. Check Magnus's tweet. Indeed, Magnus Carlsen had something to say about Anish Giri's endgame technique against Grishuk, saying, my boy Anish Giri is snatching a draw from the jaws of victory. Well, that's gonna be quite some salt in the wound for Anish, but there's still 2 more games to go, and we shall see whether Grishuk or Giri will manage to score the first win in their match. And on that note, I do want to remind everybody that whenever we have guests, we take questions from the audience as well. So if you have any questions for Camille, use the hashtag StudyChess, and we will choose 1 or 2 questions from the audience, either from Twitter or in the live chat, to let Camille know about your question, your thoughts, and what would you like to know about the anti-Sicilians, or for instance, Camille's experience on beating Hikaru Nakamura, as he described that very memorable victory online against the beast himself. Hikaru is an absolute monster, of course, #1 online blitz player, according to many. And Camille had the opportunity to challenge him and play a couple of games and even win one of those. So do ask Camille about his course or about some of those online blitz experiences too. Now back to the action and whether Hikaru or Ding Liren will manage to do something in this tight position.
Thank you, Anna. And there was no doubts whatsoever that that Magnus was going to chime in, that his boy Anish let something slip. Rubbing salt in the wound, as we would say. Peter, Rook G8. So far, I mean, Ding Liren has not made any commitments. He's searching for some type of a break. Is he planning to play G6 F5 or G7 G5?
I think it's probably G5. G5 is more likely than G6 F5, but neither of those look particularly threatening to me. I think the big question for Hikaru is how happy is he to kind of keep the bishop on B2 forever? Because if Ding, in particular against the G6 F5 plan, which sort of softens the pawn on E5 a little bit, the bishop on B2 does look like it might be exactly where it's supposed to be. But against the G5 plan, which is something that Ding eventually settled on, this bishop feels like it's more or less entirely out of play and might need a better square, at least at some point. What Ding has done is interesting, though, because I was expecting rook takes, to be honest. After FG, how are we reacting to King G3?
Which I believe has been played on the board as well.
That's a very striking decision by Ding, because now he is, that's probably a bit overstating the facts. You could still make any rook move on the back rank, I suppose. But
suppose we were okay. The problem is that Black wanted, I think, to play the move H5, H4. King G3 stops that because, of course, the bishop needs protection of the pawn. I was thinking that Ding was going to play Rook G8 to G6 to F6, offer a trade of rooks, Don't forget there is bishop d1, which will hoover off the queenside pawn.
I think the issue there is rook f8, and the white rook becomes incredibly active. There's already a threat of rook e8 check, which is why I guess Ding played rook d8. And now Hikaru has to ask himself, do I believe c5, c4 is an actual threat in this position? Do I have to parry those ideas? And he goes rook f2, which is a sort of a nod in that direction. I don't know if it's a conclusive answer to the question I posed, but it's a nod in that direction.
Quick question, bishop d1. Ooh, he's played c4. I thought bishop d1 with the idea of h4 check might have been on the...
Allowing rook f5 feels very, very double-edged. So c5, b takes c4, and sorry, c4, b takes c4, and he played c5. I expected the immediate b3, but I guess if we play b3 here, we allow d4, which is why he included c5.
Crafty. So c5 on the board, the pawn sacrifice has given Ding some chances now, because b4, b3, as you're mentioning, Peter, is keeping white on his toes. Rook d2. There is a trap, a funny trap. Rook d2, rook f2, rook d2, rook f8, rook f2, oops, h4 check.
Yeah, exactly. But I think rook d2, rook f8, g4 should draw quite comfortably, right? Because once our pieces actually come out of the cage, it's very, very... As a matter of fact, I would suggest black probably needs to be a little bit careful. I don't think he runs too many risks, but honestly, I don't think Hikaru runs very many risks either here.
Right.
And
we do have rook d2 on the board, of course.
And Hikaru, on our screens right there, I saw him kind of shift in his chair, and it feels to me like he is becoming a lot more invested in this game. I think he thought he will have to boringly defend until the game ends. And now, if Ding continues overpressing here, you can at the very least imagine some kind of a universe where white would suddenly have winning chances, which seems to have been unthinkable for much of the game.
Not out of the question anymore. And the rook c8 is, in my view, just exactly what you're saying, Peter. That's Ding Liren's internal clock saying, oh, let's not go a little bit overboard, and let's stop the move d3, d4 from being played.
Yeah, absolutely. And bishop a1 played by Hikaru. I think he probably realizes he's still not better, and unless Ding does something stupid, he should not overpress himself. But yeah, I think white is just comfortable now. And in the meantime, game 3 of the the Grishuk-Giri match has started.
All right. We'll come right back to that. I just wanted to ask Camille if he had a learning moment from today. Camille.
Yes, initially I picked up the learning moment with this move rook b1 in Anish Giri versus Alexander Grishuk game, where there was this idea that if you can, Peter, maybe show up the game, it will be much, much easier. So move number 11 instead of f3. Did you speak about, I think you spoke about this move rook b1 here.
Yeah, it was Yasser spotted it, and then my connection died, so it didn't get.
But the problem with this move is, unfortunately, it doesn't work tactically. Oh. I mean, yeah, there is some computer line which I checked briefly, which goes f6, rook b5, knight c2 e7, and now bishop a3 is seemingly the only move to not be worse for white. And after c6, rook takes b7, there is like a long variation ending in a draw. So I would really love to pick up this line rook b1 and rook takes b7, but unfortunately it's not right. So I think that in this game that we are now watching between Ding and Hikaru, move number 29 or move number 34 for white, I think that I'm pretty surprised that Ding didn't go c4, and I think that it's very thematic because we are striking at the strongest point at white's position. And this is something that we very often miss in our games because we just assume that when two pawns are just defending the c4 square, we just cannot take. And here I think that it was like the best moment to do that. What's funny is that on move number 31, Hikaru played rook a1, where I thought that he just anticipated this idea of c4, being ready to now take with the b pawn, but suddenly on move number 34, we once again have the same chance.
And you
I think
think
this
that
C4
after
is very instructive. Sorry, I interrupted you guys there because I do think that Hikaru may have slipped. It seems the position is changing drastically. If we could just jump back to the game.
Whoa, I think he's getting
Yes.
mated now.
G4, G3, right?
Right.
Yeah, he just.
Ooh.
How did we get here? So after rook bishop a1, Ding played rook f8, picking up that tempo with c3, rook f1, bishop b2, bishop d1, and here Hikaru played a natural enough move g3, d4, but that just allows mate, and h4, king h2, g4, creating simply a threat of g3 check and then rook h1 mate. Just wins on the spot. The only way to stop it would be eventually to take on d1, and then you are, of course, completely lost. If you play g3, black can just play h3, and there is no defense against the threat of bishop f3.
Oh, a full disaster there for Hikaru, because I think he, with his move bishop a1 and other little things that he was fiddling around with, he was thinking, oh, I'm better. I'm the one who should be maybe playing, and he didn't realize that, wait a minute, rook f1, bishop d1, h4 check. It's just checkmate. It's a mating pattern. Wow. Okay, Ding Liren draws first blood in this quarterfinals match.
Yeah, quite dramatic, and once again proving that Ding, understands his strengths and weaknesses, and generally just understands chess quite well. Because as we were informed, there was a draw for somewhere along the way in a position where, honestly, neither of us really saw where the eventual breakthrough will come from. But Ding just continued playing, continued asking small questions, and eventually Hikaru missed something, and his position crumbled.
Yeah, sorry to break away from Camille's learning moment there, because I think what he was describing, that single moment, Peter, when the rook was on g4, that was perfectly timed to get into c5, c4 break. And I think Camille is right on point with that learning moment. So thank you for that, Camille. Now, please do take us to the Grishuk game, as Anish and Sasha are in game 3.
Yeah, it's a very curious opening battle going on. Sasha played c4, e5, d3. Maybe I shouldn't be describing it as an opening battle, because honestly, c4, e5, d3 is the kind of a... I'm trying to tie this in with the title of Camille's course, but I don't know exactly how, because this is like the...
reversed anti Sicilian.
Something like that. Yeah, it's White saying, I don't really want to engage in any kind of a sharp theoretical discussion with you, Anish, today. I would like to play a position with pieces on the board. I don't really care if I'm better or not. And Anish replied with something I have not actually seen in this position very much. Bishop b4 check, knight b1 d2, and now this move c7 c5, which is quite striking in itself, but it does have, I think, a sound positional idea behind it, because black wants to develop his knights to e7 and c6, eventually just trade this bishop away against the knight, and then push for some kind of a Maratsi structure. And this is what we see on the board right now. After some maneuvering, pieces got developed, and then Anish played d6 for now, because he doesn't need to be in a hurry with d5. He can play, let's say, h6, bishop e6, and continue developing normally. Sasha played knight b3, and here Anish said, I don't quite like the idea of my bishop on b4 being challenged like that. Went knight a5. Sasha played knight fd2. And here Anish took, finally, which is an interesting sequence, because if you are so eager to trade that bishop for a knight, you could, of course, just ignore the threat of a3, play something like h6, a3, and bishop a5. I guess what he didn't like is that White would immediately have the option of playing b2, b4, which is something I think White often wants to do here. So the way he's done it, he took on d2. For a second, I think it looks very logical to take with the bishop. And then you realize black is not obliged to take. The knight will go back to c6. and white is left with this really stupid piece on b3, which goes absolutely nowhere.
It wants to head to d5, and that's a lot of jumping. Let me just interrupt and send it over to Anna, as the social media has a question for our guest of honor, chess author Camille. Anna, over to you.
That's indeed the case. We have asked you guys, what would you ask to Camille if you had a chance? And we have selected the following question. I hope you're ready, Camille. Prem Kumar is asking you, Camille, how do you keep all those different variations in your head, especially when playing the game in Sicilian, I mean, #studychess. So we do want some secret insight on how do you memorize openings? How do you remember so many variations?
Okay, so if the question is about anti-anti, then honestly, I still don't, because I just finished creating this course and I didn't really have time to study it. But usually, okay, maybe I will start with some story. So in 2019, I was playing the tournament in Portugal, and it was around the time I created my first course about the Trompowski. And it was at the time where I still thought that this Chessable site, it's like, okay, they create my course, that's great, they publish it, now I work as an author, that's the great thing. But I still wasn't so sure about this learning pattern. And then when I was playing round number 6 or 7, I can't recall, I decided to play a new variation. And I was like sitting there and I just couldn't memorize 3 or 4 variations. I messed up move orders and stuff like that. And then I decided, okay, I will import this variation to Chessable and see how it works really. And then after like 20 minutes, I knew how it works. And I remembered the variation. And of course, my opponent played something else, but I think I remember this line to this day. So if you ask me how to do this, how to memorize the lines, there's nothing better than Chessable.
Well, thank you for that tip. And it's interesting how you initially were there as an author, but now you're a learner yourself. I do think that what you refer to, Move Trainer, which is an AI that basically shows you the move and then it makes you repeat it. It's based on Duolingo and other language learning apps. And I think that's how it's so efficient, because it makes you practice and not just press the button. I used to have the same problem that in ChessBase I would just press the right button to keep passing the moves in opening lines. And unless I play it out on a physical board or do an interactive training like on Chessable, I couldn't recall moves either. So it's very difficult to learn opening lines just by passive watching or pressing the right button on your screen. I do agree. Now back to this opening. And as you said, Camille, the reverse anti-Sicilian, how do you see the chances of Grishuk and Girian? Who will score the first? What's your prediction?
I would love to play the white pieces here. Since I played the dragon structures all my life, I think that here black has some kind of I will not say the dream position, but I would definitely feel more comfortable with the white pieces. I expect Alexander to score a win, or it will be a draw.
Well, thank you for that, Camille. Pattern recognition, indeed, it cannot be understated. And learning the ideas behind the openings. Sometimes, as Camille's saying, can't recall everything in its proper sequence, but at least if you have a very good grasp of the ideas, it will help you navigate those tricky waters. Peter, back to you. The knight on e4, the 2 bishops, is it significant? White's advantage, I mean.
I'm not entirely sure. I think this might become a very concrete position, because I think what black would like to do here is to play b6 and then d6, d5. Mm-hmm. But there is knight g5 issues with that. And I think black probably ends up having to play both b6 and h6, so that you never have to think about the knight jumping to the g5 square. And I'm currently torn between in which order you're supposed to do it. And Anish does play b6 first. And now I was curious about the move e3. This is what I was trying to calculate while I was listening to your conversation with Camille. E3 with the obvious intention of pushing d4 next move. And if d5, I was wondering about knight g5 and whether there's maybe some advantage here for white. Although now that I look at this position, maybe bishop g4 is just quite comfortable.
Yeah, this
move I missed originally.
Yeah, they're always annoying because you think you're getting a tempo against the bishop, and the bishop hits your with the tempo against your queen, and like f2, f3 isn't everybody's choice in those positions. Pardon me, though, Peter. I did want to. I should have solicited your answer to the tweet question as well, because, of course, as an elite grandmaster yourself, it's so necessary for you to get the sequence of your preparation absolutely precisely right. What training secrets did you use to make sure you had properly memorized the lines?
Mainly thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
Mainly thoughts.
Elaborate, please, Peter.
No,
Elaborate.
I in particular in later years, I found it extremely difficult to motivate myself to go in for those long sessions of just, as Anna so aptly described, just pushing the right arrow for hours on end, which is how you would do it in chess base. But one advantage of being someone like me who has a very set repertoire, at least parts of it I have been playing for decades, is that you grow into it. It does become, to a certain degree, a part of you. Let's say when I play the Grunfeld, these days I don't even attempt to repeat all of my Grunfeld analysis. If I'm playing somebody who has recently showed a dangerous idea against the Grunfeld, perhaps I will look at that one line. But generally speaking, I sort of trust in my ability to navigate that particular opening just based on my 25 plus years of experience with it, more than I trust my ability to remember what my files say. And that ability actually has let me down on more than one occasion. I've never been particularly good at the whole memory game, if I'm honest with myself. And at some point, I just decided it's part of how life is, and gave up on trying to memorize the increasingly unmanageable load on memory, which is not what I would advise necessarily, but that would be my solution.
All right, jump right back because quite a number of moves have been made in this game, and of course also the Dinglerin game has started. An intriguing idea by Sasha to play voluntarily h3 g4, chasing the bishop back, hunting down the bishop, and now f2 f4, and that bishop on b2 is saying to its general, well done, well done, well done, open up the bishop on d2. Peter.
Yeah, I think it's very logical. Black has played this opening in such a way as to say, yes, you have a nice bishop on b2, but I will create the structure in the center, which will limit it quite a bit. And Sasha is doing his best here to blast the position open and to elongate, if we may, the diagonal for the bishop on b2.
I wanted to ask, sorry to interrupt,
Sure.
I wanted to ask before, but I didn't interrupt you. What do you think about f4 on move number 14 in this game? So you were saying that e3 is a possibility, but what do you think about f4 here?
I was looking at that as well. I think Black probably just plays f6, or maybe knight f5 and then f6. And the reason Sasha did it the way he did it was he wanted to drive the bishop away from this diagonal, because this is quite a decent diagonal for the bishop on e6. And also knight g5 now is impossible. Otherwise, I honestly, I quite liked it at first glance. And I don't think there is anything wrong with it tactically. But I think it does allow Black a decent kind of a blocking option with f6, followed by perhaps knight f5 and knight cd4, or rook a d8, and then perhaps bishop h3 is something you can aim for.
Yeah, that's what very often happens in my blitz games. I see one idea I think is very promising, and then my opponent plays a move like f6, and I'm yeah, of course.
It's perfectly reasonable to play f4 there. And as you can see, even in the game after f4, with the bishop on g6, Anish still played f6. And Sasha replied with knight f3, not the move I expected. I thought the knight probably goes to some other squares, but he went to f3, Anish took on f4, and Sasha played queen d2. So he is getting at least part of his plan realized here. The bishop on b2 now has a lot more scope, and the pawn on f4 will be picked up in the near future. So this is a very, very temporary pawn sacrifice.
So we talk about, Peter, the pawn's lust to expand, and we talk about the bishop's lust to extend its diagonal, elongate the diagonal. Interesting games going on. We've got I'm not going to say it, St. Petersburg Dutch. We have a Leningrad Dutch as Hikaru Nakamura spoiling his day by losing with the white pieces. He trots out the Leningrad Dutch when he feels his back is to the wall. Peter, how is he doing?
I think he's doing fine. I think this structure in particular is just very difficult for Black to play sharply for a win. Although I have seen Hikaru do it quite successfully over the course of his career, and recently there have been some games. I'm now struggling to remember who was playing that game, but there was a game I think in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational where somebody used Leningrad Dutch to get a very, very good position in a must-win game, and then I think it was MVL, surprisingly. MVL at some point in a very similar structure landed both of his knights on e4 and g4, and then had a number of very promising sacrifices aimed at destroying this pawn chain. And at the very last moment pulled back, did not sacrifice anything, and either barely held or maybe even lost that game. But if White doesn't really commit any grievous mistakes here, which Ding, I think, is one of the most solid players on the planet these days in terms of not making any big mistakes, it's not that clear to me how you're supposed to generate any kind of significant initiative for Black here.
I think I have it in mind, a game, and it was Boris Gelfand versus Hikaru Nakamura. My apologies to Boris if I got it wrong, but I seem to remember that Hikaru actually won a very nice game by somehow like a5, and he just put his knight on e4, and it was sort of like he kept control. For me, I had a very, well, I wanted to say concrete question, Peter, and that is, you know, you make a move like g6, g5, understanding that it does bear a consequence. You're creating a weakness. Now, having said that, I was thinking that this bishop on f7 didn't have a particularly beautiful view of the position from f7. Is f5, well, in fact, we do have the move knight g4, but was f5 an overreach?
G5, you mean. G5 is a very committal decision. And in this position in particular, I'm wondering if the arrows I'm drawing here might just be moves. And maybe White can just sacrifice this piece, take on G7 next move, and then play some kind of a position like this, where he has tremendously strong bishops on b2 and g2, in particular this one, of course.
That's
two
a
pawns
beautiful
for the piece.
Sacrifice. Very,
yeah, could actually be very playable for White, for all we know. Which is why I guess Hikaru goes knight g4, which is a normal move as well. But I think in a must-win game, you are reasonably sad to part with, allow any kind of a trade, because it makes White's life, in terms of, controlling the outcomes here and controlling the amount of risk he takes, it makes that job quite a bit easier.
Can I ask you, Peter and Yasser, one question?
Please.
Sure.
So yesterday we saw a situation between Władysław Artemiev and Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last game, where Władysław decided to play this a6 Sicilian in the game number 3, which was not a must-win game. He could draw and play the 4th game for a win. And again, we have very similar situation where Hikaru is trailing 1 point, and now he chooses to play the Leningrad Dutch, which, okay, just shows that he has some aggressive intentions. So how do you think psychologically it works? Is it better to play the third game as, I don't know, normally, and then go all in the fourth game, or you just do it in the third game with the black pieces?
I think. Go
let
on,
me
yeah,
just jump in
sir.
first
I'm interested
on
in
that
what you
one.
think.
It's okay. It's okay. We're coming right to you, Peter. I think, Camille, the way I would answer that question is, in the old-fashioned days, you're absolutely right. No question about it. You know, like you messed up with white. Never mind. Make your draw with black. Go to the game 4 and press with white. That's like 100%. Like nobody even discusses it. The problem is that today the defensive strategies have become so good that it's hard to get a game. And there's no guarantees that you'll even be able to put pressure on your opponent with white. So leaving it to a moment where you absolutely have to win is really, really dangerous. So today, I feel like the players really have to, maybe they would prefer the old-fashioned method. They've, in some ways, I want to say they've kind of lost the luxury of being able to do that. Peter, maybe you have also.
Yeah, I would like to agree, and I would also say that these kind of short micro matches are one thing, but my one experience of seconding a player in a World Championship match, which was Brisago 06 when Vladimir was playing as Peter Leko, Vladimir was trailing by a point for the last 6 games of the match. And until there were 2 left, the black games were approached absolutely normally. The feeling was there's no need to go out of your way to do anything. But once it was down to games 13 and 14, it was felt that just leaving everything up for one game, game 14, in which Vladimir was white, is too much. And also, I think there's also like an inverse subject to talk about there. I think giving your opponent a free pass in the penultimate game is not that great of an idea. I think indicating to your opponent that there are 2 games left and one of them you can do whatever you please, you're in no danger whatsoever, is these days I think kind of frowned upon, and almost nobody does that. You will note that both Artemiev in game 3 yesterday and Hikaru here, they have not really played I don't know, the E4 A6 or the hippopotamus. They played lines which are well, riskier than their normal repertoire, but by no means unplayable. But you still choose something which is sharper than your normal repertoire pretty much in every single case, I think, these days.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Peter. Jump right back in, if you will, in the game between Ding Liren and Hikaru, because Ding's last move, H2, H4, asks a very salient question of his opponent. That F5 pawn is trying to be tenderized with a move H4, H5. Your thoughts on the matter, Peter?
Yeah, it's a very significant threat, but I think Queen F6 deals with it. So and also playing this way does give Black a very, very nice square on G4, which he will be very much looking forward to exploiting later in the game. Unless I'm missing some tactics after
Queen F6, Queen C2.
You continue doing the same thing. Yeah,
right. I'm still aspiring to play H4, H5.
Yeah, and Yasser is absolutely on point. This has already been played by Ding, and it's quite clear that this is why he played H4. I'm pretty sure, because otherwise, it's a very committal move. Because if it ends up not doing anything on the king side right now, and Black, let's say, gets in some fashion to play King G7 and then perhaps G6, G5 himself, if you imagine the H file getting open, then the Black Rook landing on H8. There could be significant mating threats very soon. So Ding is not doing this in some kind of a vague hope of preserving a good structure. He's doing it specifically to play H5, and Hikaru has played King G8 here.
Ooh,
and now we have to calculate.
Yes, calculate, Peter. The piece sacrifice,
and
please.
Now we have to calculate. Yeah, H5, G5, and now even the endgame version of the same sacrifice is not entirely insane.
Exactly. That was what
I'm choosing between this position and this position.
Mhm.
And both of them are interesting. I don't know which one I like more. You do have to. It feels to me like you probably have to do one of those two things, because if you give Black time, he might be able to untangle himself somehow.
Well, let's start another way. H5, G5. Knight takes F5, takes on F4, takes on D6. This is what I was attracted to
Yeah, I
because of
think
the tempo,
Rook e6
right?
and Bishop e6, both of them are probably Bishop e6 is the biggest problem here.
Oh, rats.
Attacking our beautiful knight. And then Black probably parries most of our threats here.
I think we want to take on F4 first, right?
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, this is what I thought, that we want to go EF.
Right.
We want to go EF, and then Black goes knight G4.
And now
but here, maybe Bishop F3 works. This is the... no, hang on, Bishop takes H5, though. I thought I was actually capturing that knight for a second, but I don't.
But you could have also gone Rook takes D6, which...
yeah,
again,
Rook D6, but then Black plays probably Rook E6 in this case, starting to offer some trades.
Wow.
And it feels like our attack fizzles a little bit. We did get three pawns for the piece, but I don't know if we can continue generating threats here.
So instead of the snap, crackle, pop that I wanted, we got a fizzle.
Yeah, I mean...
And the other line that you were mentioning, the endgame, maybe there's something there in the endgame variation, Queen F5?
Whoops, sorry. Queen takes F5, Queen F5, Knight F5, G, EF. Here also I felt like starting with this move is quite interesting. This one I actually sort of like, although the fact that there are no queens allows Black an additional square for his pieces, which wasn't there before.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm torn on what this is, because White can pick up the pawn on D6 or the pawn on H6, but let's say this position.
This is
it's
what
incredibly sharp.
Yeah, Knight F7, King F7, say Rook D2. This is what I call a majority, Peter. 4 versus none.
Yeah, 4 versus none is good. I will just say that, and that's not a criticism of your idea, and I would definitely have the same idea here if I were playing the white pieces. I will say that it's significantly harder, I think, to convince yourself to do this when you're leading in the match.
True.
Because this endgame, you can definitely lose.
Absolutely.
It's not risk-free by any stretch after something like A4 here. It becomes a race. And that race, you will occasionally lose. And because currently after Queen C2, King G8, if we go back to the current position, White is really under no pressure whatsoever. He can just play normally. So if you find a line in which you win material, or your attack just visually looks like it's crashing through, of course you do it. But if it's in hopes of some kind of vague-ish play for the piece, I think your instincts are very much slamming the brakes there.
Fair enough. And if you don't mind, also check in with the AG squared match.
Yeah, this one is quite interesting, because I think Sasha has played. We're missing quite a few moves here. We left it here, and Anish found a way to get the queens off the board, which I think is eminently sensible, because otherwise, with the queens on, his king could have been under severe threat. And they're playing this endgame in which the structure got solidified early on, and now there's been a maneuvering phase. And finally, Sasha doubled on the G file, to which Anish replied with knight e7. And I expect Sasha was planning to play bishop takes d5 here. I'm not entirely sure why he hasn't yet. Probably he doesn't quite like this position. Maybe knight f5, rook f3, and then something. Yeah, because he said no to all of this and went back to f3. Which is a normal move. We keep the pawn on f5 protected, but it's a backtrack. It's White saying, I thought I had something tactical there, but I can't find it anymore.
But I do see White as having some kind of pushing on his side of the table. In other words, if I'm White, I can imagine, hey, give me some moves here. I can go Rook F4 and Bishop F3. I don't know, can trot up my H pawn up the board. And from Black's point of view, you know, should Black be playing D5, D4? Oh,
well, he's gone for a very forcing line, Anish. He played after Rook F3. He took on C4, BC4, A6, A4, B5, and
okay,
that pawn got picked up, and Black played Rook B7. So Anish says, I think long term, perhaps exactly as you were describing, long term my position might become dangerous. So I will attempt to just trade everything off as early as possible and just solve my potential problems that way. I think it's quite a clever ploy here.
Yeah, I remember it was a very nice comment. I didn't understand it. It probably took me about 10 years to understand it, from Robert Byrne, Grandmaster Robert Byrne. He said about Tigran Petrosian, that Tigran Petrosian was so strong that he would play a defensive combination before you knew you had an attack. And it seems to me like Anish has kind of done that. He's played very, very forceful, consequent, trading off pieces before even a germ of an attack could get developed by Sasha. I like Anish's choice to clarify the position a lot.
Yeah, I think it's very logical. And Sasha, after some thought, replies with Rook C1, Rook B5, Bishop A3. And when I say some thought, he is now down to under a minute again.
Mm-hmm.
Unsurprisingly, but it has to be mentioned.
And what happens after Rook A5?
I think that's exactly what he is hoping for.
Nice.
Because we're connecting the Rook on F3 to the Bishop on A3, and also this blunders a whole Rook because suddenly there's a pin on the E7 knight.
That's a beautiful trap until you see the move D4. Some reason I had blocked the move D4 out of my mind because I knew that D4 could be answered with Bishop D5, you know, and you can't play E4 anymore. Okay, so there is a crafty little trap on the board that Anish should not fall for.
He already hasn't. Yeah, he played King E8 instead in that position. Sasha played Rook F4, which is a very logical move, finally including the bishop in play. Rook A5. And a little bit surprisingly to my eyes, Sasha decides not to play Rook C3 here, which is what I expected. Instead, he played Bishop B2 and Black played C5, C4. And I wanted to play Rook C3 specifically because I wanted to be as best prepared for C5, C4 as possible. And now I think Anish is just completely fine. I don't know if he is better, probably not, but he is completely fine with the counterplay against the F5 pawn.
Yeah, you just pointed out the cold reality there is that F5 pawn has suddenly become tender, and advantage whom? I think that I would put that with a question mark myself. It's not clear to me that White is even better. The structure.
I don't think he is. No, I don't think he is at all. And but I think it probably ends up being a mass exchanges and a draw. And something striking happened in the other game because Hikaru just played G6, G5, leaving the pawn on F5 unprise, which is a very, very committal decision. Obviously, his intention is to pick up the pawn on B3 in reply.
And the B3 pawn.
And then the pawn on C4. And then the pawn on C4. So
right. So, which begs the question that if you can't take on F5 at once because you're worried about the B3 pawn being
he has taken. So let me just briefly show you the position in the Grishogiri game, and then we will switch completely to the Dutch. Because this one is now quite clearly just going to be a draw. In fact, they agreed on a draw because it's move 42 and they can offer. So let's switch to our Leningrad Dutch, in which things are kind of exploding.
They certainly have, and let me just set the table for that first match, the AG squared match, as 3 consecutive draws means that for the 4th and final game of today in Rapids, the winner of that game will win the sets. If the game is a draw, they will be going to a pair, I should say, 2 blitz games with 5 minutes and 3 seconds each. So that match, well, it's getting, the tension is building. Now, Peter, back to you and this, well, I want to say the position just blowed up.
Absolutely, and I think Ding does it very, very correctly. He decides that the kingside pawns are not as important as taking the pawn on d6, which means that the center is also blown open. I'm not sure why Hikaru thought this was such a great idea. I think his position is not bad necessarily, but it's not that easy for me to imagine black being better here. The move I like the most currently is, strangely enough, g5 takes h4. Because I think black needs to make sure he doesn't lose every single pawn on the queen side. And then eventually we want to pick up the pawn on c4 and play some kind of a very, very sharp endgame that way.
Yeah, you're showing a propensity, showing your love for pawns there, Peter, with that move g5 takes h4. And I think I was on the same track. The one thing I think that black really does want to avoid is some kind of line where knight takes h6 check is also followed up with h4 takes g5, and it's sort of like, whoops, we've got that beautiful majority. We do end up getting the
Perhaps Hikaru has the option of playing bishop takes c4, because that's also a move which gains some time due to the threat of the rook on f1. I haven't figured out what happens here properly yet. Maybe rook d1 is a good reply. Generally speaking, it's obviously a very sharp endgame, but it's an endgame which I guess white should be fine in at the very least.
The problem, Peter, I think with bishop takes c4, in the words of Walter Brown, immediately is knight takes h6 as a check, and it's not easy to find.
Yeah, I wanted to play king f8 here, and
yeah, this was the exchange sacrifice that I just loved for white. The 4 versus nothing majority. Yeah, yes. I love this.
I think I want to agree with you. Yeah, that looks very attractive with all kinds of knight f5 and then perhaps knight c3 f4 or f2 f4 ideas. You do have this beautiful, very connected bunch of pieces on the king side, which if they start rolling forwards, will just absolutely trample everything underfoot.
Absolutely. Camille, I want to invite you to jump in. If you have any questions, queries, suggestions, keep us on our toes. Camille.
No, I'm just appreciating being here and seeing those analyses that you're doing here.
All right.
I've had some thoughts about previous positions, but not anything huge. Here I'm just trying to calculate, but I don't see anything clear.
Did you think that Hikaru's move g6, g5 was justified?
Actually, g5 was the idea that came into my mind, but even before. When Ding played h4, I thought that g5 might be interesting, even with the king on h7, but I couldn't find a final conclusion there.
Okay. And what do we currently have, Peter?
Hikaru, after some pause, took on d6 and played rook e d8, which is, I think, quite clearly a concession, because you allow white to take on f7, which he probably should do. And then after king takes, and I expect it is king takes, white is currently up a pawn and also is sort of the first to start some kind of festivities. In particular, rook b1 is an awkward move for black to face, because the pawn on b7 is hanging, which means that you cannot actually play the move you would most like to play here, which is knight d2. Due to obviously rook takes b7 check, and therefore you will have to play either knight c5 or knight a5.
Right. Everything you said, only just the inclusion of h4 takes g5 was actually played, Peter. And as you were pointing out, the knight's not a happy camper having to defend the pawn on b7. Played knight a5. Peter.
Yeah, and it's clear that white is better. The question is whether it's good enough for Ding to maybe even win this game now, which would just secure the first set for him, because he won the previous one with black. A move like c5 looks very logical, fixing the pawns on c6 and b7, but I guess black plays g4. And allowing g4 is a little bit awkward because it kills off your majority on the king side. For those of you unfamiliar with this idea, this pawn on g4, as long as it survives, it sort of does a job of restraining both of these two, making it difficult for white to progress without breaking apart his structure. Because of course, if the f pawn goes forward, it will be taken along the way. And c5 g4 has been played, followed by knight e4, also a very logical move by Ding.
It's really funny, Peter, the way you pointed out that the pawn on g4 facing off against a majority of 3 versus 1, the pawn on g4 is doing such a great job at locking in white's kingside majority. I remember Garry Kasparov, I don't know if he was giving a lesson, maybe it was a press conference at a Vike on Zay. He wasn't a Sicilian, an open Sicilian, he was black. And he put a pawn on b4, and it faced off against pawns on a2, b2, and c2. And Garry was explaining how this one pawn on b4 was killing this majority. White didn't want to play a3, white didn't want to play c3. And I just thought to myself, wow, what a powerful pawn. The pawn on g4, wow, what a team member for black that pawn turned out to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a new concept, but it's still a valuable one to be aware of. And this is why Hikaru spent just about half a second on choosing g4. It's just a very, very obvious improvement to his position. And it's kind of awkward for white here to think about converting. One move you would like.
Can we play f4 here?
You can, but and
then
then
g5?
what? Yeah, but that's exactly what I was talking about. I think some position like this with the pawns broken up, black feels already quite comfortable thinking that he shouldn't lose. And if the pawn on c5 falls, it might become kind of double-edged even. I'm really overusing kind of and sort of today. I should kind of...
Okay, but white can always... Oh, okay. Maybe he cannot. I thought knight d4, knight c5, rook b7, but black can just take with the c pawn.
Yeah, the c knight can still reach b7 here.
Yeah.
Exactly. One thing that is important to note here is that I think knight d6 would be an automatic move in this position, if not for the fact that black can play b5.
Ah, very beautiful bypassing move. Yeah.
And you can take en passant here, but that drops a full knight, and that's generally not a great idea. And otherwise, you've given black a protected passer on b5. And bishop f1 was the other move that I kind of really wanted to make, but I thought it was impossible. I'm very surprised by this. I guess he has bishop d3. I thought this was almost made, but I suspect he calculated that he can play bishop d3, and if the king is chased, he is very safe on the e2 square. And currently, it looks to me like that calculation was correct by Ding Liren.
Right. Sorry, Peter, to interrupt. But did want to invite Anna into the conversation and ask her what's trending on our social media channels. #StudyChess, everyone. Anna.
Thank you, Yasser. Absolutely. This game is crucial. All the chats are talking about Hikaru's chances. Will he bounce back, or will it be Ding Liren who takes the set already, or will he keep his advantage? We're still yet to see, but Adam tweeted at us with this beautiful portrait of the two players and also picking Ding Liren as his banter blitz opponent. I think... oh no, he's saying here he has such a cool, calm, cosmic demeanor. Thank you so much, Adam, for the fan art. We absolutely love your fan art, and we have a couple of more responses to the question of the day, including this one by Trick Tony saying he would also pick Mr. Ding. Ding Liren is a very popular choice among the responses we are receiving. And Tony's saying, I love his style of play, but would just like to give him a laugh with my masterful play. #StudyChess, #why so serious. The next tweet is from Steve Giddens saying, I would love to play Yasser in Banter Blitz. I would ask him for a GM story after every move, thereby hearing lots of great stories and winning the games on time as well. Hashtag study chess. Great answer, Steve. We will need to ask Yasser about this. And our final tweet is from Crafty Ralph. Shout out to Crafty, who is the original author of the Checkmate Patterns course that has just been revamped with John Bartholomew's 10-hour video lessons and over 1,000 trainables on checkmate patterns. That's just out on Chessable. But he's saying, thanks to Caldas90, that is Camille, our dear guest, 1D4 soon will be named the anti Sicilian. Hashtag study chess. Hashtag Chessable Masters. Thank you, Camille, for your contribution to opening theory, also in opening names and the anti Sicilian and the reverse anti Sicilian. And we are showing a clip now of the Checkmate Patterns manual that has just come out today with 10 hours of video lessons by John Bartholomew, the co-founder of Chessable, and also 1,000 trainables that the participants of the Chessable Masters are going through these days. There will be videos including Grandmaster Anish Giri and Grandmaster Dingliran going through these checkmate patterns, and we shall see whether they can figure them out or not. Is there a checkmate pattern here, Peter, in the game of Hikaru against Dingliran?
The game did continue in the fashion we expected after Bishop F1. Hikaru gave a check, played Rook H8, Bishop D3 is, I think, strictly the only move. And Hikaru played a move I quite like, King E5, which is a very nice waiting move, sidestepping all kinds of checks. Now, the knight from E4 can, of course, only go to a dark square, which means that it cannot give a check to the king on a dark square. But it still doesn't stop King F1, which is what Ding played. And once that king reaches the E2 square, I think the white position will look a lot more harmonious and will be a lot, generally a lot easier on the eye, so to speak. I think Hikaru still has to work to even draw this game, which is really not where he would like to be in terms of the overall match situation.
Camille, you had a query question. You were about to jump in. Please, water's fine. What would you like to say?
About what topic?
I'm sorry. Could you
about which topic? Because I didn't.
Oh, you were sorry. I think you were going to say something. I thought Anna interrupted.
Oh yes. When Anna said about this anti Sicilian, this is what I was exactly afraid of when titling my course like this. Because now I think the next 2 or 3 years I'm just going to, add one anti to the course, and finally we are still going to find out that chess is a draw. So.
That's a brilliant answer to it. I can't wait to see anti-square 8 Sicilian course. And we also see at the same time Hikaru being a bit disappointed. He's probably mumbling variations at the moment and shaking his head.
Well, he's one of the most expressive grandmasters on the tour for sure. And you see that expression, very hard to decipher. Usually it shows dissatisfaction. Not all of his dissatisfied looks are dissatisfying. Here he's kind of come to the end of the road, Peter, as he's seeing that the white king goes to E2. White's very solid. The knight on F3 is brilliant. Well done.
And
the knight on A5 is stupid.
I was just contacted by a friend of mine who pointed out that we all, including Hikaru, remarkably, we all missed a very, very nice opportunity for black in the previous position. After bishop d3, instead of king e5, you can play knight b3 here. Ooh. A very, very nice tactical shot. If you take the knight, now the incursion with the rook actually ends up in mate because white no longer controls the back rank. And
this is the checkmating pattern that Anna wanted you to show.
Exactly. And if white tries to pick up that knight on b3 in this way, he loses the rook on b1.
Ooh, also a nice tactical pattern.
So perhaps Hikaru's disappointment right now could be traced back that he spotted that opportunity, but he spotted it one move too late.
Oh my, okay, so a missed opportunity, it would have appeared. And after the current position, I see a trade has occurred and there's a knight on b3, Peter?
Yeah, I thought that was very logical. I thought that probably is how he should approach this position. And curiously, we now have this pawn on g4 restricting the entire white king side, and the pawn on c5 restricting the entire black queen side. And the reason I bring this up is that white can play bishop c2 here, to which there is a reply of knight d4 check. And I was wondering who ends up victorious in this fight of restricting pawns. I think black actually wins if you take on c2 because the king is much more active. But after something like knight d6, it probably ends up being a draw. Instead, Dingliren played king d3, which is also extremely logical, hoping to perhaps play king c3 and shove that knight away from good squares and back perhaps to a5, which would be an absolutely ideal outcome for white if it got moved back to a kind of a horrible square on a5.
I got to get into two things. First of all, a shout out to Steve Giddens. Hi, Steve. Nice to hear from you. Secondly, I'm reminded of when I see this move King D3, I'm reminded of a story. Like if you could take the move King D3 back for a moment.
Sure.
It was in Vaikanze, we have our Hajj, the pilgrimage to the village by the sea, Vaikanze, Tata Steel. And there is a pub there that's called Ray's Pard. And it's Hans Ray, double E at the end, Grandmaster Hans Ray, and Pard is horse. Ray. And so I said to, Hans, like, hey, like they're honoring you, Hans, by naming the tavern after you. He says, no, they named it after me to mock me. I went, what? He was playing against Heike Westerinen, and in such a position, Heike played the move bishop c2. And then Hans, who was in time pressure, went knight a1 in a fit of despair. And then came bishop a4, and the knight on a1 didn't move for the rest of the game. The pub owner, Ray's Pard, it cracks me up every time I think about a knight in the corner. Sorry to distract you. Where do we stand in the game? As White's king is making quite a
huge strides, and seemingly, like I was worried for the white construction, but Ding, I think, correctly estimates that this connection between the bishop on b1 and the knight on e4 is very, very difficult to shift, and he's just full bore going after the b7 pawn, which is why Hikaru went with knight e1, knight 1 d3, at least hoping to make white move the knight away from e4. And now white can play something like knight d6, knight f2, and let's say knight takes b7. And this could very easily become a race because the pawn on g3 probably dies, but so does the pawn on c6. And then
you were talking a moment ago about pawns that were restraining the majorities, and now you're talking about those restraining pawns as being racers. Quite the turnaround, Peter.
Yeah, quite the turnaround. And I have a feeling this is at the very least not worse for white, and probably significantly better. And black probably ends up playing something like, I don't know, knight h1, king takes c6, and now knight b3, preparing to actually give up this knight for the pawn on c5, then pick up on g3, and hope that his active pieces will be enough to trade this pawn for this pawn and make a draw with an endgame a full piece down. Ding goes for knight c3, which is a version of the same, but I think the difference is, let's say in the current position, he has the option of playing knight e2 if he wants. But I don't think he wants. I think what he wants is to take on c6, knight takes g3, and go back to probably b6, I want to say, and then just start pushing. This might be lost for black.
Yeah,
Quite a unique game. Sorry, I was just looking at this knight on h1 and earlier the knight on a1. I don't know how many games I've seen where both occur as the knight jumps. It's just very rare.
Yeah, and the reason I like knight c3 is that if after king takes b7, knight h1, knight h1 already played. I was going to mention if black plays let's say king takes c6, not knight takes g3, but knight b3. White now has the option of not giving up the pawn on g3 at all, which is very valuable here and makes the win simpler, I feel. So Ding is just calculating all these things, but I feel like if he takes on c6, he should win.
But then it will be huge trouble for Hikaru since Ding is already leading with a point. This could mean set victory for Ding Liren.
Absolutely.
That basically ends the set. Yeah. So Ding is very justified in taking some additional seconds here to work out he's not missing anything. But I do think king takes c6 wins. I currently have no idea how Black is supposed to keep himself afloat there. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see what.
Anna and Peter, I think you will both want to join me as I thank our guests of honor, Chessable author Camille, for joining us. Camille, it was a pleasure having you on our show, and I want to remind everybody that there's a 46% discount off of Camille's course. And again, Camille, please do come back. I've enjoyed having you as a guest.
Thank you so very much, Camille. Thank you for joining us and for the tips you have given to the viewers on how to learn openings in a more efficient way. I will need to take that advice myself.
Sure. Thank you very much. It was really a real privilege for me to be here, especially 2 days in a row. Now I will, you know, when I will have my grandchildren, I will just tell them that I was here. This will be more like my top story. And also, as my famous last words, I just wanted to say hi to the Poland Hussars chess team in Poland.
Say that again, please, Camille.
Poland Hussars.
The Hoosiers?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Shout out to the online chess club Poland Hussars, and I hope that they will be doing very well in the upcoming seasons of the Pro Chess League as well. Some action in the game of Ding Liren and Hikaru. Is this still a win for White, or has Ding Liren slipped?
I think he's misplayed this. Perhaps when he got down to 1 minute, he miscalculated something, because this now I think is a reasonably comfortable draw for Black, because the g pawn is a little bit too strong. If you play c6, g3, c7 just loses to knight d6. You no longer can even stop the g pawn, and if you take on e4, what ends up happening is the queen endgame with the queen on g1, where you cannot even keep the e3 pawn alive. So
which has occurred, Peter, all the way right down your rose petal pathway. There is one trick you do have to avoid. Don't take the pawn with the king.
Yeah, but as long as Black dances around that pawn, the game will finish in a draw. So we do get the fourth game in this match. It does feel like Hikaru was really dancing on the edge of the precipice there. King takes c6, knight takes g3, king b6. At some point, I became so confused by White not playing this that I checked with the engine, and the engine says knight g2 takes c6 and the move knight c3, which I honestly missed. But White still has this trick, bishop a2 here, stopping knight d5 check, and I couldn't quite figure out if this position is winning or not for White, but it's definitely an improvement over what Ding got in the game.
And it's official. It's a draw. Hikaru Nakamura escapes from a lost endgame and has now a chance to bounce back in the next game with the white pieces. But we do have our fourth game between Giri and Grishuk. 3 draws so far. Will there be a decisive result?
Yeah, and this one, because of how exciting that endgame was, we missed the opening in this particular game, and seemingly they're discussing something they both were quite content to have on the board, specifically the Yurtayev line of the Spanish, which I at some point recorded a video series for Chess24, but that's been some time ago, and I would need some refreshers on my own course to remember exactly what I think about the Queen D3 line.
Thank you so much for that, Peter, because I really do have to jump in and say I saw a picture of a very young Peter Svidler doing a video course for Chess24, and I thought, ooh, Peter, you've been around. Very, very nice. Sorry. And what position was reached, please?
Yeah, after queen d3, just to finish, quote unquote,
Yes.
plugging my course, I think I recommend playing bishop d7 here and not castles, specifically because of castles bishop g5, which is what happened in the game. And then black played h6, takes, ab, queen takes b5. I think this is the absolute main idea of playing queen d3, because surprisingly, you can just go after that pawn, and black doesn't have a particularly comfortable reply to it, at least not immediately. Sasha played knight e7. Here, d takes e5, which is a striking move, seemingly allowing bishop takes f4 check and rook takes b5, but currently the black queen is hanging, so Sasha played queen f4. And here Anish showed that he knows what he's talking about by playing king h1. I suspect probably still in his notes, stopping the same tactic by making sure that bishop takes f2 is not a check. And Sasha ended up, after some thought, going for a somewhat cheerless endgame here, where white has seemingly a reasonably healthy extra pawn. Black does have the two bishops here, so the conversion into the full point here for Anish is not a foregone conclusion, but I think most people would accept this as a very, very good outcome of an opening battle for white.
Yeah, the extra pawn. You're right. The two bishops do offer compensation in the pawn on b2. But having said all of that, yeah, I prefer white's position. How about you, Anna? Are you a lady who likes the pawns?
I am a pawn grabber, Yasser. Yes, you caught me red-handed.
I knew I liked you from the very first moment.
Free stuff. It's free stuff. I even have an emote on my channel for free stuff because, yes, pawn grabbing is great at chess, especially when you don't get punished for it. I do think that Anish has a great position. An extra pawn is an extra pawn.
Right.
But yeah, pair of bishops for black and active pieces. So it's not that simple.
Right. Thank you. And again, we are in day 2 of the quarterfinals. We're in the 4th games of today's session, 4th rapid games. The scores are in favor of Dinglerin 2-1. Hikaru will have to win the 4th game. Otherwise, that set of games is over for the day. Anish and Sasha are battling right now as we speak. They are tied up 3 draws apiece, 1.5, 1.5. The winner of this 4th game will win this battle. It's the best out of 3 in terms of days or sets, if you will. And this is our first set. Of course, Magnus Carlsen will be back tomorrow in his match against the world's number 2 player. Fabiano Magnus leads that match by 1 set. C3, C4, Peter.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I think there must have been a way not to give up control over the d4 square. And strangely, because if like optically this does nothing to either improve or restrict that bishop on b6, it makes the bishop on b6 much stronger, because you just know that nothing will be put in the way of that bishop on this diagonal. Whereas previously, until c4 was played, you always had to contend with the idea of the knight landing there, perhaps the second knight supporting it.
Precisely. I was thinking rook a1 to a4 was kind of an automatic, because I kind of see rook a4 to b4, you know, to kind of like stop the counterplay down the b file. But just what you're pointing out, I'm thinking reinforce the d4 square on each, put a knight on d4, and good things could still happen.
And Yasser, look who has joined us. You have requested for the young Peter Svidler, and there we have it. Peter, can you be talking so we have 2 Peters on screen giving commentary?
Yeah, we can try, but I think that's probably a bit of an overload.
Well, I love it.
And also,
thank you to our
and
producers.
also, it's very harmful to remind me of the days gone by.
I think you just got hoisted by yourself, Peter.
Yeah, hoisted by my own Peter.
Something like that, precisely. Nice. C4, rook d8. Peter.
Yeah, rook d8 is a perfectly sensible move because you expect the pawns to be traded. I don't think Black particularly wants to play d5, d4 once again. It just closes down his own counterplay to a great degree. But if the pawns do come off, you do want to invite white to do it on your terms by also improving the position of the e7 knight. If white takes and knight takes, this knight suddenly starts generating
Exactly.
a lot of jumping opportunities for itself.
Yeah, this
So
feels like...
Anish probably wants to do something else. I think Anish, he has played h3. I think it's very logical to wait until Black takes on c4 eventually.
Yeah, I just feel that somehow that move c4 just, gosh, it just feels like a severe slip. I don't know. Bishop c5, just opening up the b file and asking, well,
Bishop c5, bishop f5, e6 also comes to mind, just to secure the position further and
right,
make sure nothing is hanging. And if the problem for white is that now basically all of his light pieces are without a stable square to look forward to, and Black will generate a ton of counterplay with the bishop pair here. I generally, whenever I see a position like this, in my mind, this is quote unquote perfect Marshall compensation, where obviously this has nothing to do with the Marshall, and the pawn structure isn't really reminiscent of a Marshall. But positions where you're a pawn down, but you have the bishop pair against, let's say, a bishop and a knight, they are so typical of various Marshall endgames that it's kind of hardwired in my brain to see all of these positions as Marshall endgames, and Marshall endgames tend to end in a draw.
Yeah, well spotted indeed. I like that association a lot, and I think about Marshall greats like Peter Leko, Michael Adams, Levon Aronian, and it really is remarkable to see how many draws they do get from these types of endings, and they draw them quite routinely at that. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's the good thing about those endgames is that they aren't really based on calculation. You just know that as long as you don't allow any unfavorable trades and keep your bishop pair active, it will just compensate for the lack of the pawn. Sasha makes a bit of a kind of good all-purpose move, but I'm not sure if it's the move I would necessarily play in this position. I understand his desire to play g6, king g7. It improves his kingside situation a little bit, moves the king away from any kind of a potential problems if the bishop 1b3 becomes more active. But it feels to me like maybe there was a more concrete way to play this position.
I like the way you put that, an all-purpose kind of move, g6, king g7. Indeed, I was just thinking that Black, again, with bishop c5 would maybe angle for bishop b4, but also something sensible about king f8 too. Just like the knight on e7 is protected. I don't know, the king is a little closer. Just, it's strange. You have those moments in the chess game where your opponent has said, all right, go ahead, make an all-purposeful move. And then you kind of look around and say, well, what's the best thing I can do? How oftentimes it happens, like a move like g6 followed by king g7 is really, really useful. And
it has actually instantly paid off, because Anish says, I can no longer keep up this pretense of not doing anything in the center. And once you take on d5 once, you really cannot allow this knight to survive, because if you imagine this knight landing on d3, you could have issues equalizing with white. So Anish snaps that off. But now with the two bishops against two knights and the pawn on b2, yeah, these positions you almost, I think, never lose with the as a side with the bishops, because you just put so much pressure on the knight pair.
Right.
And we have a lift-off in our other quarterfinals as well, where Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces is in a must-win situation. He needs to win in order to tie the score. In case of a tie, we will see 2 blitz games, but first of all, he has to win this game, otherwise the set goes for Ding Liren.
Wow, winning on demand against Dingleren, even when you have the white pieces, is a tall order. In fact, any one of these incredibly elite grandmasters is tough. And it looks like it's a repeat of, well, an earlier game, Peter.
Yeah, up to a4, I think they were repeating what happened in game 2, which Ding ended up winning, and there he played a5.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, he is the first one to deviate, even though that game went perfectly fine for him. Here he plays f6, bishop e3, the bishop retreats all the way to f8, and now knight fd2, knight c5, f4, e takes f4 is on the board. This is a very typical anti-Berlin structure. I think generally the feeling is if white manages to play f4 this early on and this comfortably, he should be quite happy with that outcome at the very least, because now the rook on f1 has a semi-open file to look forward to and so on. But the good Berlin anti-Berlin players, of which Dingleren, of course, is one, I think are not that worried about this structure these days, and it's not really supposed to give white all that much. I do feel Hikaru will not be disappointed with the results of the opening, though,
because he needs an imbalanced position.
Yes, and getting a 4 is definitely something that white very much wants in these structures, and often has to work quite hard to realize. Whereas here, it was basically given to him by the way Ding approached the opening phase.
Okay, and in this exact position, Peter, you're white. You've just seen the move bishop e6. What do you aspire towards? What are you trying to create as white? Are you trying to bring your pawn to d4? Are you trying to create a kingside attack? Where are you aiming your pieces?
I think d4 is almost never a part of the conversation here, because you do want to keep your structure almost entirely on the light squares, because it's quite difficult to challenge. And if you do play d3, d4, I mean, right now it loses a pawn, but I understand you didn't mean now.
No.
But it undermines your own structure a little bit too much, I think. Black immediately starts targeting the e4 pawn for counterplay. I think the plan has to be something along the lines of knight e3. At some point, b2, b3 probably needs to be played. And then perhaps the second knight could be aimed towards the f5 square as well. It's a kind of a slow build-up on the king side. It's very difficult to create threats, not even immediately, but even in a kind of a short to medium term. But you do want to bring as many pieces as possible towards the king side, perhaps land the knight on f5, and then see what happens from there.
Same question to you, but this time you're on the black side. You've just played the move bishop e6. You're breathing a sigh of relief. You're getting your pieces off the back rank. And what are your goals as black?
I'm less sure about that, but I think the bishop probably drops back to f7. You play queen d7, rook a d8, just for kind of sense of general well-being, because I don't think we're generating too much counterplay on the queen side. Sometimes there is some counterplay involving a5 and then b5, but I don't know if that's relevant in this particular position. So we go bishop f7. We play queen d7. This knight often drops back to e6. The bishop often ends up on g6. And then I think there's a holding pattern where black, I think, is reacting to what white is doing more than he is trying to generate any kind of active counterplay. Wonderful. As far as I understand, and honestly, I don't quite trust what I'm saying here. I have limited exposure to these positions in my own practice.
I trust you explicitly and implicitly. The other game between the AGs, we left it. It looked pretty even, Steven. Is that still the case?
I think, yeah, very importantly, I was scared there for a second, because I thought maybe white actually picks up one of the bishops because it's currently under attack, and there's also a threat of knight e3. But you can never really play knight e3 because you lose the b2 pawn. And then the position like the one they have on the board, black doesn't really have threats, but black doesn't need threats. Because the white knights just land stable outposts, and yeah, rook e5 I think is just a draw for black can take. This is what Anish just played. Black can maybe not. Maybe you take with the c knight. Because if you take with the F knight, I think bishop d4 just wins the pawn back.
That looks like a clean
mhm.
answer. Yeah.
But after knight c takes e5, maybe you still have to work a little bit. I still suspect something like bishop e7 makes a draw. Because now the pawn is hanging, and if you drop back, I attack it from this diagonal, and white cannot really protect it properly.
No, those bishops are just too menacing. I mean,
Mhm.
and the rook on b7 is in some way so ideally placed to hit the pawn. No, this just doesn't look to me like it's offering any chances. That match destined to be decided in the tiebreakers, as we'll have again two blitz games, a pair of blitz games, I want to say, should that match end 2-2. Back to Hikaru and Dingleren, and then again, just to boldly state the obvious, everyone, Hikaru in a must-win situation. Any result for Dingleren, and he will have won the first day of this quarterfinals. Over to you, Peter.
Yeah, game does for now continue along along the path I've described. Knight e3 happened, queen e7, queen d7, rook a d8 happened, and we will see a maneuvering phase here where both sides are looking for the best squares for their pieces. Sometimes f6, f5 is not a horrible idea for black, but I don't think he is well enough prepared for it just yet tactically. So I don't expect it to happen.
For me, when I see this move, king g1 to h1, it's sort of like a dinner bell. You know, it's a signal. It says to me, attention, alert, Yasser, my opponent wants to play g2, g4.
That's not an unreasonable assumption at all, but still, I suspect some preparation is still required if you want to play g4. Right now, if you play g4, I would, being a stupid person that I am, I would instantly become very drawn to the idea of just blowing everything apart and asking white to somehow stabilize here without losing too many pawns. I don't know if it's good or not, but I do feel like you're both sort of right and wrong. I think g4 forms up at least a part of what white is aiming for, but you also probably need to bring some more pieces into the game before you do that.
Fair enough. How would you advise Hikaru to prepare himself? Queen e1, queen g3?
Queen e1, b3, queen f2, perhaps. Bring the rook in from... I keep on mentioning b3 because I want to never have to think about the pawn on a4 hanging ever again.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, some kind of like... We go b3, we bring the queen maybe towards f2 or g3, somewhere there. We play rook a1, and then we can start with all of our pieces placed at least relatively close to where the action is supposed to happen. Then we can go for something more forcing. I'll just briefly show the position in the Giri Grisha game, and we will not go back to that match until we start playing Blitz. That is not a very exciting position. There's not a lot to say about that.
That looks dead as could be, and we do have the queen e1. And that was another thing I had kind of had expected also, Peter, that for you to mention that you were you had said that the structure for white was fixed. That pawn staying on c2, that pawn staying on d3, the other pawn staying on e4. So we're pretty much fixed. It makes, to my eyes, a lot of sense from black's point of view to be able to play c5, c4.
Yeah, absolutely, and that also is the reason why you want the pawn on b3 as early as possible to make sure that it's less of a threat.
And it's official, by the way, that the game between Anish Giri and Alexander Grishuk has ended in a draw. Therefore, this quarterfinals, day one of their quarterfinals, goes into 2 blitz games tiebreaker. We shall now focus on the Nakamura Ding game, but as soon as the blitz games start, we will switch to Giri Grishuk, I believe.
All right. Thank you, Anna, for that. Looking forward to those blitz games. By the way, just mention one thing very, very obviously. The blitz games could potentially overlap one another should it come to that. but never Armageddon games. We will only play one Armageddon at a time because we all want to enjoy those Armageddon games. Peter, back over to you, please.
Yeah, I was about to mention that another reason to play c5 could be to land the knight on d4, which is what Ding has done. But the thing is, with the structure as it is, White, I think, is quite comfortable, at least for a time, to ignore the fact that that knight is there. And interestingly for me, because I haven't seen this motif very much in the structures, because normally in positions like this, the black a7 pawn is often already on a5. Ding played b6, and Hikaru played a5 himself.
Wow.
Which is, as I mentioned, normally White tries not to touch anything anywhere that is not the king side.
Yeah, over there.
And Ding instantly replies with b6, b5, which is, at first glance at least, to me, looks like he's made some progress, because now c5, c4, maybe even the next move will become a very serious topic.
Well, absolutely.
And I don't know why Hikaru was so happy allowing that.
Well, for me, the really big surprise was the move a4, a5. Just as you, I think that side remains frozen. If you think about the structure of Black having a pawn on a6 and a pawn on b7, and you play a5, you automatically make en passant. Here, because the pawn is already on b5, you don't get this. And also, I thought that now you allowed Black to play b6, b5, which again was played, means that White lost the opportunity to play knight c4 in the future. So that was a big decision and a strange one for us, I think.
But I think Hikaru has the explanation here. He instantly takes on d4, using the fact that the pawn on c7 is currently slightly unprotected. And that means that Black has to take with the pawn. And now, after knight f5, c5, c4 is a plan, of course. But once again, White is probably quite okay taking on c4 once and being quite sure that the pawn on d3 never actually comes under any pressure. And White is now sort of free to start playing actively on the king side, or at least hoping to play actively on the king side. Ding played a7, a6, which I quite understand, because allowing a5, a6 would make many of the forthcoming endgames slightly more risky. You don't want to get the a7 pawn fixed specifically on a7 when your opponent has a dark squared bishop.
Right.
A6, and Hikaru played bishop f4, hinting at, let's say, queen h4, rook f3, rook g3, and things like that.
Well, okay. Again, as a player who just adores having a safe king, I love safe kings. For myself, of course. I'm looking at those the bishops on f8 and f7, and I'm just saying, you guys are really, really appreciated. I love your being on the board. Isn't Black's king about as safe as it can get, Peter?
It is, and also I think Hikaru completely agrees with you, because instead of my slow plans involving rook lifts and things of that nature, after c5 he just instantly goes g2, g4, saying, I do not believe I can open that king side up without a pawn storm, so I will start one immediately. Which is so far, until White plays g5, his structure is still reasonably solid. But eventually, I think Black will start opening things up on the queen side, and then we will have a game.
Yes. I once asked Gary Kasparov a question. I said, Gary, when does an attack begin? And he said, oh, when the pawns come together as a clash. And here I would say that White wants the attack to begin when he plays a move like queen g2 and g5. The move g5 is like when the attack begins. And from Black's point of view, Black is, just as you've said, Peter, eyeballing his c5, c4, and to make the theater of battle the queen side and not just the king side. Ironically, both players are kind of King's Indian defense players, and looking at White's position, and I can say, oh, well, it's some kind of a King's Indian style attack potential. going on over here. So maybe both players are fully aware of these types of attacks and how to deal with them.
Yeah, I think neither of them will be unfamiliar with the strategic plans here. I think it's going to be challenging for White to generate a lot of threats on the king side, because Black will at some point start his own counterplay on the queen side, and also you constantly have to contend with the fact that g5 allows bishop takes f5, which opens up the e file and so on. So you do have to prepare it. Hikaru goes h4, which is a move I don't quite understand. I don't think we're ever playing h5, because allowing h6 will create a situation on the king side where it will become extremely difficult for White to ever open anything up at all.
Exactly.
So it feels to me like a little bit of a wasted is a very strong word, but what I would like to say is that something like the move queen g2, which you mentioned earlier, would be a much higher priority for me here if I were playing White than h4. But Hikaru disagrees, and Ding is now in the tank. One thing I will say about the c4 counterplay: if you play c4, White does have the option of taking, and playing rook b1 and saying, because of my bishop on f4 controlling the b8 square, it's very difficult for you to fight for the b file against potential incursions towards b6 or b7. So Black has to be careful about opening up a second front here.
Yeah, when he opens up the queen side, he better be careful that he is the player who is going to use the open files. It always struck me, even as a teenager, and I remember I would get these bulletins from the Soviet championships and stuff in such positions. Instead of the move c4, they would play a move like king h8, and I go, oh, that's so deep, king h8, just for some whatever reason.
I want to attract your attention to what actually has been played.
h5, I saw it on the board. Completely different from the king h8 approach, which is
and also
flexible.
I think an additional reason for us to maybe question the decision to play h4.
Yes.
Because we can no longer play h3. We no longer have a fail-safe here.
Right.
And the king side is about to get blown open. And not only the king side, I think there's no way for White now to avoid opening up the e file, which is something Black very badly wants, because then he will have play for his rooks.
Just looking at this position, Peter, I think of a quote from one of my own games, that Black is better on the queen side. He's better in the center, and after this move h5, he could very well be better on the king side. Hikaru in trouble in this first day. I want to go over to Anna and ask Anna, what's trending on our social media channels?
I think Yasser, what's trending is a tweet regarding you, so I'll bring this up in a second, but I did want to add that responding to h4 with h5, wow. This is the AlphaZero counter AlphaZero pair of moves on the board, and I'm really impressed with Ding Liren's play today. It seems that if h5 is that powerful, then Ding Liren will be taking home the first set. Of course, nothing is over, but it's very impressive how the Chinese Grandmaster has been fighting today. Mrs. Awkward tweeted at us about a chess magazine from 1978, if we can show the picture that belongs to this specific tweet. So it's a chess magazine from 1978, May, and the quote in the magazine is, "Out of the star-studded array, some had to fail. Timmons seemed to be laboring mightily in every game. His play was not graceful or easy. He was upset in round one by Yasser Seirawan, who is one of the US's hottest prospects for the future. Seirawan's average opposition was rated well over 2,500, but he managed a 4.5 score." And the paragraph goes on. 1978, this magazine is from, thanks to Miss Awkward for tweeting about this historic moment that I will need to ask Yasser about. And I also wanted to bring up the Twitch poll we have just run about the upcoming Blitz match between Giri and Grishuk. the result, what will happen in today's quarterfinals between Giri and Grishuk, and the score, as you can see, that has won, is that Giri will win with 3 draws. And I do want to mention that it's very important that depending on the standings of the players in the preliminaries, they have the choice in the Armageddon. So if it goes to Armageddon, if it's 1-1 in the Blitz games, it will be Anish Giri choosing color for the Armageddon game. Now back to the action, Peter and Yasser. And Yasser, if you have any words about the 1978 Chess Magazine segment.
Sure, that was one of the most famous tournament series in all of America. It was Lone Pine, California, a series of events sponsored by Louis Statham, who was an inventor and just an extraordinary mind, and a lot of players went there, including Tigran, Petrosian, Vasil, Smyslov, Miguel Najdorf, Sammy Reshevsky, Bent Larson. I keep going on. All of these legends, and Louis, his idea was to give the American juniors a crack at these top players. So it was like a closed, open tournament, and really, I got some norms from those events, and everybody looked forward to it. So thank you for that. And they're underway. They're off. Peter, that poll looked kind of interesting. I mean, we are talking about Alexander Grishuk, a 3-time world champion in Blitz.
Over the board, though, you do have to say over the board. And Alexander himself, I think, these days is, I don't know how justifiably, but somewhat skeptical about his online Blitz results. I always think he's a favorite against anybody, honestly. In my life, I've rated very few people as highly as I rate him among people who are not world champions, let's put it like this. But I've had weird conversations with him where I would, normally it's me saying, no, I'm no good at this game at all. But people doing this in conversation with me is still very, very unusual.
Okay, and I know what you mean about his self-deprecating wit, but he has just essayed a sharp pawn sacrifice in this very conventional position. I want to say the Queen's Gambit accepted. I'm used to seeing moves like Bishop D3, Bishop B3, Queen E2, I think is still the standard A2, A4. And E2, E3, E4 is known, but I just don't know what the current state of theory is.
Yeah, I used to actually play the QGA, and E4 was, I think, gaining some kind of traction in those years. But just as you said, I don't quite remember what the conclusion is. It probably doesn't refute the opening, or everybody would be playing it. But
right,
which is like your normal piece of conventional wisdom about these things. If you wanted to bail out, something like Bishop E7 looks like a good start. Having picked up the sacrifice, you can play Bishop E7 after D6. I think you can play Bishop takes E6, Bishop takes E6. And now FE, Queen E2 looks dangerous, but Black does have the option of taking on D1, allowing Bishop takes F7, and just playing this endgame, which really doesn't look bad at all.
No, it doesn't. It looks like a very good method indeed of neutralizing the initiative. So,
and Bishop E7 has been Anish's choice here. So we'll see if Sasha has something else in mind. You could start with Rook E1 here, but then you have to be reasonably convinced you have enough for the pawn in some position like this, for instance, where it's not immediately obvious why that would be the case.
So something like, say, Knight C3.
Knight C3, we castle and we say, I only need maybe one more tempo to completely stabilize here with Black. So whatever it is you have here for an attack, please show it to me now, because
exactly
next move it might be too late.
Yeah. And I mean the pawn, Bishop F4, but yeah, okay, fair enough indeed. And
also, while we're still in the opening phase, after Rook E1, Black could just play Knight F6 and continue offering the same pawn back that he was offering on the previous move. Interesting position. I just Don't know very much theory about it. And Sasha did play d6, but after bishop takes e6, he did not play bishop takes 6. He took on d8, which is, I guess, a much stronger version. He intends to take on e6 and play rook e1 next.
Interesting. Sorry, I understand blitz games are really, really a lot of fun, but also in the other game between Dingler and Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru in a must-win situation, that position is striking. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it is. It is a very interesting position, and Hikaru has just played knight f5. I have a feeling he is doing okay, but I also think that Black probably, now that the pawns are on f6 and g5, working as a pretty decent way of blockading the white attack on the king side, Black probably isn't doing poorly. And now actually they played the entire sequence I was talking about earlier. c4, takes, and rook b1, and Ding very quickly plays c3 here. I guess with the intention to at least hint at some queen a4 play against the c2 pawn. This is now immensely sharp. I really have no idea what's happening.
But I understand what you're saying about the queen a4. You're looking at that, but you're also realizing, well, that does allow rook b7 check.
Exactly.
Well.
Yeah. It's we do have rook d7 in reply, so I think maybe it's still playable. But yeah, this is a mess. And also, as a testament to how quickly they're playing, this is move 33, and Ding still has 8 minutes and Hikaru has 5, so still plenty of time on the clock, considering.
Okay, I mean, Anna, we've got action all over the place. We've got action on this board. We've got a blitz match going on, ladies' choice. Where should we go?
I think back to the blitz game, although I guess we'll be switching back and forth since, as you emphasized so many times already, Yasser, Nakamura is in a must-win situation and the position is really sharp, so it can change from any moment. One small slip and Ding might have to play a blitz tiebreaker too. The blitz tiebreaker we do have is between the AGs, as Peter said, Alexander Grishuk versus Anish Giri. What has happened in the most recent moves, Peter?
As we expected, the pawn on e6 got picked up, and now we have this reasonably sharp endgame. And I really like the choice to play rook d1 check here, because it looks like the most obvious thing in the world to play something like bishop f4, intending rook a d1 check. But then Black has the option of playing rook a8 and then going king c8, and that's a very good square for the king to occupy. By playing rook d1 check first, you are driving this king sort of further out into the open, which I think is something White very much would like to do, because statically, Black is completely fine here.
And it's all about the dynamics, Peter. I'm looking at the move knight c3 to e2. I'm kind of in a harassment mode there. That king on e6, I mean, you know, like bees to honey, the white pieces could start swarming. Does the king somehow escape? I mean, it looks like a nice initiative for...
Yeah, and knight e2 was very attractive, but also the move that Sasha played is very, very logical as well. He played bishop e3, attacking the pawn on c5. Anish took, and we took with the b pawn. And now the pawn on c5 is still... I have a feeling Anish might have to give it up for some simplification, and then perhaps he will have enough counterplay. He will have enough counterplay in the resulting endgame.
You know me. I mean, I'm a pawn lover. Knight e4 is a way.
Yeah, I think knight e4 is the critical choice here. I really didn't like anything else.
Agreed. There is this. It does defend c5, and I don't know if I like allowing bishop takes. The whole idea of knight e2, by the way, was not.
I like knight e2.
Yeah, not only to harass the king, but I kind of like it when my opponent's bishop on a5 is doing nothing, right? It's like, ha 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 ha, what are you doing over there? And in the meanwhile, I'm getting to play bishop e3 and knight f4 check and maybe knight g5, and I'll leave myself breathless for just a moment to say that again, the match between Hikaru and Dingler is hotting up. It's on the boil.
Yeah, that position is, I think, regardless of what the computers might be saying about this position, this is kind of a dream scenario for Hikaru because of just how messy it is. I suspect
Totally.
objectively after rook b8, black is doing very well though, and Ding does play that. You force white to take on a6, and then you go rook a8. And I think black is very, very stable here. There's just not much going on. And once again, this group of pawns is doing a very decent job of protecting the majesty on
Yeah, not only
on
that, I'm
h7.
just kind of like, you know, this bishop on e1, you know, somebody made some witty remark that one bad piece can ruin an entire position. This bishop on e1, I mean, ugh, it just, it kind of feels like it hurts white's play.
Yeah, and Hikaru is now pausing because, and looks like he's not entirely happy with what's going on, which is understandable because the rook on b6 was by far his most active piece, and if it now gets traded away without even winning the pawn on a6, it will be very, very difficult to rebuild the initiative for him. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at our endgame.
So sorry,
Sasha won a pawn.
Okay.
I don't know if that will be enough to win him the game, but he did win a pawn. Probably it's just a draw though. After knight e4, the game followed rook e1, king f6. Sasha played c4. Anish played b5. I guess that was just a well-calculated move because it seems like it's blundering a pawn here with bishop c5, knight c5, and rook ec1. But he did find this idea of rook hc8, rook takes c5, and knight d4 here. Using this intermediary check on f3 to get the knights off the board. Rook d5, knight f3, gf, rook c2 played, and yeah, I just think that the b5 gets traded for a2, and then there's really not very much left on the of the game to play.
Well, in modern chess mastery, we see some fantastic attacking ideas and brilliant attackers galore. But we're also seeing great defensive players, and that was a as you said, well-calculated combination, defensive combination by Anish there. We did see rook takes a6 and rook a8 as you prescribed, Peter. When the rook was on b6, was knight e2 a possibility? Because I was so taken by, you know, this terrible bishop on e1. I was just like,
yeah, I think that was interesting, but also I think Hikaru is doing something very similar here, but with the inclusion of picking up on a6. I guess he felt this edition of the same idea was stronger.
All right, let's see the game position in that case.
And yeah, we're using the fact that black cannot really play bishop c5 because of queen takes f6.
Exactly.
To pick up the pawn on d4. Once again, considering the match situation, I suspect you're supposed to take with the knight here and not the queen, even if taking with the queen actually makes quite a decent bit of sense here.
And just to mention that officially as well, it is a draw between Grishuk and Giri. So in a few minutes, the two will be back. Anish Giri with the white pieces for the second blitz game. And in case that's a draw too, we will go to an Armageddon where Anish Giri, the winner of Group B, will have the chance to choose which color he prefers to play with in an Armageddon game if the next game is also a draw. Back to the action because Nakamura still in a must-win situation against Ding Liren.
All right,
absolutely, and he has taken with the queen. I like that. I like the fact that he remains objective and doesn't get carried away with the whole this is a must-win game, I must keep all the pieces on the board mindset. There also probably was just a tactical reason why knight takes d4 wasn't played, because g3 looks strong.
It does. It does.
Followed by bishop h3. You probably don't want to allow that.
No.
But Ding is now pausing because after queen takes d4, it feels like not only the pawn on d4, but also the pawn on c3
now
is in grave danger.
Yeah, that's the one I really, really desperately wanted to capture on white's side, because if we can get him bishop takes c3, then finally, you know, like the septic bishop on e1, you know, becomes, you know, a god of thunder. I mean, look at it's hitting the rook on a5, the pawn on f6.
Yeah, I think I want to play queen e8 here. I've kind of settled on a move I want to make as black. I want to play queen e8.
Queen e8. Okay. Sorry, I was blinded. You're That's just plain old honorary counterattack there, Peter. Nice.
And my point is, if white goes knight g3, I want to play rook a2. Hopefully, I'm not sure if it's actually true, but hopefully forcing white to take on c3 with the queen, and then play perhaps something like queen c8, hoping that at the very least I'm generating a lot of counterplay against the base of the white structure.
Exactly.
I'm still not sure if this is particularly good for black or anything. But
I want that bishop to come on that long diagonal. So after your queen e8 and rook a2, I'm just begging, please, bishop c3 and rook f6. And
yeah, this is what was worrying me. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not just lost here, to be honest. I couldn't find a good way to deal with this if I'm honest with you.
Well, very early we had made our chess fantasy predictions. I, showing objectivity and neutrality, chose the Americans, and then so did we all. Fabi is in trouble after day one in the quarterfinals, and right now Hikaru fighting back as he must win this position, Peter.
Yeah, but I think this is maybe the closest he has come in this game to what amounts to an actual advantage. I have so far failed to figure out what apart from my queen e8. Rook a2 is a good shout, though. For some reason I thought I need to start with a preliminary, but playing it straight away makes a ton of sense for Ding here. At least forcing white. I think here it actually is forcing white to take on c3 with the queen, which is compared to the bishop coming to that square is a lot less attractive.
Right. I mean,
and now perhaps I can go back to my idea of playing queen c8. Although knight d4 seems very logical, and maybe I'm not doing too much. It was actually kind of important to my plan there to have the knight on g3 so that it cannot actually protect the pawn on c2. If not for queen c8, what else does black have here?
Just because of this temporary glitch where we're not able to play bishop c3, does the move d5 ever cross?
You mean f5? Yeah, I was also.
Pardon me, f5. I apologize.
Yeah, f5. I was also looking at that because if you take, we have some queen d5 checks here, and we do generate some play. Although after king h2, the checks on the b8 h2 diagonal will be quite well blocked by bishop g3. I'm not sure if it does anything.
Okay. Good points, Peter. Good points. There was also a bishop d5 check. I really wanted, just as I wanted to put the bishop on c3. What am I?
Yeah, I think maybe bishop d5 is more logical. Bishop d5 and then bishop f3 next move or something. Yeah.
Right. I feel like I'm a one-trick pony over here. Sorry about that, but yeah, getting the bishops on the long diagonals. The long diagonals are like magnets. And
Hikaru goes queen takes d7. This is very, very surprising to me.
Wow.
Now, he must have really hated something about the variations we were describing, because for now, he hasn't actually even picked up the pawn on c3. And
wow.
But on the other hand, if you play bishop c5, bishop c3 takes, and rook takes c2, white does break through on the king side, and this might be winning for white quite easily. Or it might not. This is the thing. Like, this position might end up being a draw after bishop b5, which is why I was so surprised that Hikaru kind of put all of his eggs in this basket. And there's also king h6, which Ding immediately demonstrates, saying, yes, I'm losing the c3 pawn here, but I can pick up the pawn on h5.
Well, I really, in particular, love this move, king h6, because in my mind's eye, after a move like bishop c3, I'm also seeing an idea of g4, g3 for black, where then he gets to go king h5, and somehow his king worms its way into g4, and like, who, what, you know, the tables could turn.
Yeah, I quite like this. I quite like this. King h6 is a very good controlled move here by Ding.
Wonderful move. And I'm really, what a strange decision. Queen takes d7. Okay.
Yeah, it looked to me like you had to take on c3 with the queen and hope that this works out for you. And now it's a 3 against 3 endgame with black having the bishop there. Yes, his structure is sort of controlled because the pawns on g5 and g4. The f pawn cannot really join them on f4 because it pretty much always gets taken on f5 if it gets there. But very, very limited material left on the board, and yeah, I think black has very, very good drawing chances here.
Yeah,
Hikaru goes rook b1.
Not only that, that there is this c2 pawn that's really being tenderized. Ideas of bishop c5 as well as even bishop a4 abound. I think Ding has really done very, very well at weathering.
Yeah, I think he is just fine now. He will play bishop c6 here, and he is not even really running any risks. Maybe Hikaru missed bishop c6 specifically because he thought he is winning the f6 pawn without giving up on c2. But bishop c6 allows black to take on c2 next move, which is pretty much the end of it. If you play rook f7, rook c2, rook f6, black can now play bishop b5 and pick up the pawn on d3 next move, and black is just not worse. Perhaps he is significantly better even, who knows. I mean, white always can bail out with rook f2, I guess.
Yeah, just what you're saying. I'm sitting there saying, I'm a pawn grubber. I didn't even want to go bishop b5. I wanted to go g3, and I'm gleefully ready to introduce my...
Looks like it's official. It ended in a draw, the last game between Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren, meaning that the first set is won by Ding Liren, and we do have the second blitz game between Giri and Grishuk just in process. This is after the opening stage. And reminder, if this is a draw, we're gonna see an Armageddon game between Grishuk and Anish Giri.
Yeah, so those people who voted for 3 draws and Anish progressing in this set are currently very much on course to
No, hold on, because I'm a little bit confused. I understand the idea of 3 draws and Anish wins day 1. Got it. But is it an automatic in our minds that Anish, having the right to choose which color, is going to choose black and give up the minute? Is that for you, Peter?
I think it's extremely likely. I think I don't know what I'm basing this on, but it does feel to me like Anish probably picks black there, although he has been getting nice positions with the white pieces against Sasha, and we've had that discussion earlier, I think, at some point, and in many cases the decision to choose white or black in an Armageddon scenario will be heavily influenced, at this level at least, by how you feel your openings are stacking up against your opponents.
Anna, jump in with your opinion as well. Should we reach an Armageddon game, what color would you expect Anish to choose?
I think it's tricky, but I believe the audience has been relying on Anish's history, on being capable of making lots of draws. Unfortunately for Anish, this has been an ongoing meme for years, and up to present time, he has been called Drawish Giri, the artist, lots of nicknames for Anish. And in that sense, if they think, and if we also believe that chess is a draw, will he just go for black and try to keep that half point and move on to the next stage? Very tricky, because what Peter mentioned depends also on the opening repertoires of the players, and white starts with an additional minute. I don't know if I would give the initiative to Mr. Grishuk, 3-time World Blitz champion.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think Anish is quite a bit better right now, so we might not get our Armageddon.
Yeah, he would be in great jeopardy of ruining his reputation, Anish would, should he choose to play with the white pieces in Armageddon. But Peter, before the Armageddon, the gods have placed game 6.
Indeed, and I think up to bishop f4, bishop d6, it was they actually started from a Karakan, so it was a pure Panov in this game. And Sasha played e6, bishop b4 here, which is one of the absolute main lines. And they got a reasonably standard-looking Isolani type position. But after bishop e5, I can understand why Sasha played b6. It looks very logical. But I think it's very possible in positions like this to miss bishop takes f6 specifically. because I think in most people's minds, this counts as a minor capture.
Mm-hmm.
You are trading a bishop for a knight unprovoked. And I, for one, did not see that coming. And now, after queen takes, bishop e4, bishop b7, queen a4, black's position is very, very awkward. Sasha had to play rook fc8. I think already here d5 was playable, but Anish says, I'm in no hurry. I can include rook a d1 for now. But yeah, d4, d5 is a huge, big threat here, which black will eventually have to address somehow. Of course, if black somehow survives the next 5 moves and doesn't lose any material, he will be probably fine, because strategically his position is not bad at all. But currently, d5 is just happening, and there's really no good way of stopping it.
Yeah, I see. I mean, d5 is terrifying, in fact. So I want to get out of the way with my knight. So knight a5, inviting trade.
Has been played, yeah. I also thought this was probably prescribed for Sasha, but that knight on b7 now is,
misplaced.
Not great. Yeah, somewhat misplaced. Will take some time to get it to better squares. You also haven't really solved your d5 issues entirely, but actually allowing knight c5 would be one way to solve the issues with the knight on b7 for black. So I don't think white wants to do that just yet. There's idea of sort of queen a6, which could be annoying for black, or just playing something like rook fe1 and saying, all of my pieces pretty much are better than yours right now. Make a move, sir.
And I can't really contest that. But again, I just feel like, I've got one issue to solve. I mean, and that's like this knight on b7. If I could play in 2 turns, bishop f8, knight d6, mission accomplished, right? a7, a6 says to me that, well, there was a little bit concern of queen a6.
But also just planning to play b5, I think, is very sensible.
Right.
You want to play, if white, let's say, plays h3 and black plays b5, the queen has to go back to c2. Now even knight a5, knight c4 becomes a reasonably good repositioning for the knight and so on. So Anish goes d5 straight away. But this does allow knight c5, as I was saying, queen g4, and it feels like black is maybe one good move away from completely equalizing here, but I don't quite see that move yet.
Okay, so the
maybe
thing
queen
is
f5. How do we feel about queen f5 here, Yasser? Not very happy, are we?
Maybe I like that move, actually, Peter. I was about to say that the problem with the desirable e5 is that b4 followed by knight e4. Yeah. That's not what you can allow. So queen f5 to sidestep the knight coming to e4 made a lot of sense. And you were showing a variation. I don't know. I think I can live with a knight on c6.
I think it was maybe not that bad. But Sasha played rook cd8, so we can scrap. We can scrap my idea.
And
rook cd8 is also very logical, of course. I think tactically it's based on the fact that white cannot play b4 immediately because the knight on c3 is hanging. And if you go d6, knight e6, knight e4, there is queen f4, very importantly.
Very important.
Solving, I think, most or maybe even all of black's issues. But
all of those reasons make me attracted to the move h3, but maybe...
Or maybe even g3, to take the f4 square away.
F4.
But there's also a more forcing move in knight g4, which I think has to be mentioned quite seriously.
Okay.
Probably the reason it might not be good is bishop e5. Otherwise, I would quite like, I think, to play knight d4 here. But bishop e5, knight c6, bishop takes c3 appears to be a decent solution for black. The time situation is actually quite interesting. Sasha, for a change, is doing well on the clock with a minute and a half against 45 seconds and counting down for Anish.
I did spot a hidden tactic in that sequence that you did show, Peter, and it was knight d4, bishop e5, knight c6, take on c3, take on c3, take on d5, knight e7, check.
Yes, that is very beautiful, but rook takes d5 is not forced. I was actually planning to play rook d6 here. Anish goes takes on e6 and g3, and this now feels like Sasha should be able to survive this. Some move like bishop f8 appears to be very logical, just getting the pieces out of the way, starting to offer trades and so on.
Right.
And I don't think we get mated after 95 queen b2, but maybe we do. Maybe we sometimes get mated here, which is why he goes bishop c5, which is a much more active square. I like this move. If you try doing the same here, you are giving up the pawn on f2, which is unlikely to be good.
Yeah, that would be a collapse, a complete collapse of White's position. In fact, I see these kinds of games, and I see these, titanic struggles between two heavyweights in the world of chess, and they're fighting so hard, and that the players are giving it their best, but at the end of the day, it almost makes it feel like chess is a draw, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, in particular, when people of very close corresponding strength are playing each other, draw is clearly not an unlikely result. We all know that, but I never saw this as a problem and continue not really seeing it as a problem as such. It sharpened up a little bit, but Sasha chose not to take on b2. He had the option of taking on b2 in the previous move, but decided against it. And now it feels like Anish in particular on 16 seconds is just making sure that nothing bad is happening to him. I expect this game to end in a draw.
Exactly. Well, okay. I mean, again, one of the things about the format for this Chessable Masters competition, of course, is there is no draw. I mean, we will be playing an Armageddon. Somebody is going to win today. And 4 contestants in these quarterfinals are going to go home. They'll go home with $8,000 to be sure, but each and every one of them wants to make it to the semifinals where they're guaranteed this very nice, handsome $15,000 payday. Peter, what can I say? It looks like we're going to Armageddon.
Very much so. The game is still continuing because I think even in the Blitz game, the draw offers are not really allowed until a certain moment, and they haven't reached that moment yet, but they will reach it soon enough. 95, yeah, queen d6. It's interesting that he allowed knight takes g6 here, but I don't think Anish honestly needs to do that. And yeah, Anish is not very interested in playing some sharp position with the 3 pawns for the piece, understandably, not on 20 seconds. Yeah, I assume this ends in a draw very soon. They probably find a repetition of some sort. The position is completely equal, so there's nothing really cynical about it. It's quite natural to just wrap things up here.
All right, and as the players seem to be going through repetition, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, getting a little late here. Anna, what's the result of our social media poll?
Indeed, the game has just ended in a draw, which will mean that we got to see an Armageddon, the first of this event. In a few minutes, we have run a Twitch poll on your opinion on what color would you choose. So this is not a prediction on Anish's choice. We will soon know which color Anish Giri has picked, but the black color, 80% would play with the black pieces in an Armageddon. At least that's our Twitch poll results. What would you choose, Yasser, personally, if you had to play?
Well, hey, I want to call a friend. I'm going to call our audience, and I'm going to choose the black pieces. And on the other side of this commercial break, we're going to see an Armageddon game. Don't go anywhere.
There are more moves in chess than atoms in the universe. But only one move ends the game.
My name is John Bartholomew, and this is the Checkmate Patterns Manual.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Oh, hello everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Chessable Masters. We are in the quarterfinals, and this is what it's all about. Winning your penultimate group so that you have the right to choose what color you would like to have in the Armageddon. Well, our audience had it right. They had it 100% right, as Anish Giri has chosen the black pieces after 6 consecutive draws. Yes, I think so. 6 consecutive draws. He says, okay, I'm banking on a 7th. If Anish Giri can get a result, a draw or win, he will win today's set. Sasha Grishuk is in the same position as Hikaru Nakamura, a must-win game. Sasha will have 5 minutes, Anish Giri 4, but no increment. Peter, take it away. Who do you favor?
It's a hard one because I think Sasha is a very, very strong practical player in this type of situations. I myself came, I think, the closest to any kind of a FIDE title in my life when I had to draw an Armageddon game against Sasha in a World Blitz Championship, I believe in 2006, and ended up losing that game in a very, very dramatic fashion, which still haunts me to this day, so to speak. But Anish is very, very solid, and he's improved his online Blitz game a great deal. So
Well, the players have been sitting at their boards. I've been kind of expecting the starters.
I think
pistol.
it's there's something is perhaps glitching a little bit because I'm pretty sure the game has started, but it hasn't on my screen.
Okay, interesting.
Which is a bit regrettable. Obviously, I'm not entirely sure what I've done wrong this time, but it normally is on me.
Well, if I am seeing moves on a screen on my right, just below Sasha, and it looks a kind of a repeat of that English game where the bishop went to a5. Not too sure what has gone wrong, Peter. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think that diagram is not. It's independent of my machine. There are no games on my machine currently, sadly.
But you know what I'm talking about in terms of there is a game that it appears.
Yeah, I can see it on the stream window in the Zoom, but unfortunately, I can't seem to be able to bring it up on the main board, which is.
I think in the meantime we could give an opinion on the small board, and we will try to fix it as soon as possible so that everyone can see it on the large board.
Let me bring that up because
Right.
I need to
for
have it
sure,
somewhere
it's a repeat.
where it's visible.
Yeah, for sure, it's a kind of a repeat of that variation.
Ah, there it is. It magically appeared.
Brilliant.
Wonderful.
Okay. There was a lag. And again, we do apologize to our audience when the technology, doesn't behave the way it's supposed to, but there are so many complicating things going on. There's so many technologies being used that
there's a lot of moving parts for these broadcasts, for sure. If
there's a slip in any single one of them, it can have a severe effect. Okay, we won't go back because again, this is a 5 versus 4 minute. We'll keep a close watch on the clock. Anish is behind on time by a minute.
Not anymore. It's actually 3:10 versus 3, and I think Anish must be extremely happy with the outcome of the opening here. He has a very solid position with no weaknesses. He pretty much erased the 1 minute difference he started off with. And honestly, if I was forced to choose a side here, I would actually probably slightly prefer black in the current position because of how awkward this pressure on the d file is. D takes c4 is probably already a threat. If we take on d5, there is no good way to protect the pawn on b4. And when you have to make a move like queen e1, which is what Sasha ended up on, I think it normally is a sign that things have gone slightly pear-shaped.
No question at all about that. Queen e1 is not what we would call inspiring. F7, f6. Well, what can I say to that one? Kind of an all-purpose move. You're just defending the pawn on e5. H4, Peter.
Yeah, that's not an attack. That's just Sasha finding things to do because his position is just very, very tied up, and he really does not want to take on d5 because that only creates issues. And I quite like bishop h3 as well by Anish, simplifying the task for him, getting the bishops off the board, opening up the e6 square to which he can later perhaps place his queen. Just a very healthy position, which is also, and that was something that I kind of, it was a learning moment for me when Hikaru won an Armageddon against Magnus in the Lindore Sabi tournament. He came on the air and he said, I was very happy with the outcome of the opening because I thought maybe I didn't equalize, but I knew what my next moves were. I was kind of sure of exactly what I'm supposed to be aiming for. And for black in this game as well, it's just a very logical play. Pieces belong to the squares where Anish is putting them. And now after that little bit of a tactical interlude, I think black is just objectively better. He is also in control on the clock and only needs a draw. So this is an absolute dream position for Anish, considering the tournament situation.
An Armageddon masterclass. And I just want to point out the obvious knight h4 check for a perpetual was a potential threat there as well as Anish settles in on the d4 square. No, I mean, he's just played extraordinarily well. What you want to do when you're black. Pardon me, Peter, please.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think Sasha's choice to repeat exactly the same opening in this game and then go for kind of mass simplifications. If we could maybe show specifically, Anish played, I think, d6 in this position in one of the games prior, and now he played bishop a5, and Sasha replied by starting to offer trades. And I think just generally, I'm not going to go into too much detail because we still have a game going on. He ended up giving Anish a very logical position to play, a position in which you just needed to take kind of healthy decisions, and you were always going to be fine, which is the absolute dream scenario for somebody playing black in an Armageddon game.
Right. And we just saw this move h7, h5, giving luft to the king so that a queen 8.
I thought queen c6 was already quite strong. I'm surprised why, but I guess Anish just feels like he doesn't need to try to equalize a position in which he is better, which I think is fair. If he was very much down on the clock, maybe he would have needed to start taking some kind of drastic measures, but he's just not better in any sense of the word. I think he's genuinely, sorry, not worse. I think if he can just take on before and be better. For some reason, he decides to go king h7.
And just a reminder on the time control that in Armageddon, there's no increment. So in every previous game, there has been increment. But in Armageddon, it's 5 versus 4 minutes. The players are down to their final 1 minute.
Exactly.
And Sasha actually managed to generate some play here because a7 is now hanging, and the knight on d5 is a very beautiful piece. But I guess after knight c6, black is still just completely fine. Yeah.
Exactly. Just to buttress what you were saying there, Anna, the players get into a certain rhythm, and throughout the entirety of the tournament, and even as we go on into our semifinals and finals match, everybody's been getting this 10-second increment. So, you get into this rhythm where you come to expect the increment, Peter, and it's suddenly not there anymore.
Indeed, yeah, but I think it's not impossible to refocus, and Anish found this very nice little knight f3 check, knight takes h4 tactic there, and
yes, he did.
I think the only question remaining here is how well he will manage his clock, because the position on the board is quite clearly just completely drawn.
Right.
There's really nothing left to play, and yeah, I don't know if Sasha is intending to. I think king f3, king e3 is an indication that Sasha is now going to try to create at least some kind of an imbalance, and he is ahead on the clock a little bit. But obviously, the objective evaluation of this is quite clear.
Draw.
Yeah, if there is no increment here, you could, of course, legitimately try to flag black here. Yeah, I think rook against rook. Yeah, we're watching the famous rook against rook, which is quite something.
It's 10 seconds for both players, now down to 7 for Anish.
And
there was king takes e8 available there for Anish for a second.
I was about to say, I think there's some pre-moving.
Whoa, there's definitely some
Sasha with
pre-moving
less
going
time
on.
now. Sasha has 3 seconds only.
Oh my goodness! Now again, winning on time is completely. Oh, there was a
oh, what a finish!
Oh,
look at Anish doing the
smile.
Anish with the from Magnus. Well,
I think that's a little
finish.
bit of exaggerate. First of all, the match is not over yet, and secondly, I don't think Sasha was doing too much taunting from his side. So I don't know. I don't know if shh was required, but it seems obligatory for almost everybody these days.
Maybe that was an answer to Magnus's tweet about the end game that Anish did not manage to win against Grishuk.
Well, I told you at the top of the show, I felt that we had seen it all. I think after this game with just seconds on the clock, it's coming closer to the realization. And there you see the quarterfinals after 1 day of play in both matches. Well, Peter, your thoughts?
Well, the allure of many fantasy points actually led me to pick Ding in his match against Nakamura. So I feel like my long shot is kind of coming off there, but the Grishogiri match, I expected it to be incredibly close, and in a way it's fitting that it has ended just as it began in yet another draw. But obviously there's still at least one more day in both of these to come. So the players who have lost the sets today still have a chance to come back.
And speaking of Anish Giri, by the way, Peter, he is joining us. Anish, welcome to the show. Dare I say congratulations on the 7 draws?
Well, I'm not accepting your congratulations. I want congratulations on match victory. I'm not accepting the phrasing you used.
Tell us your thoughts about this very dramatic Armageddon game. I thought that you played it magnificently, that you had neutralized his time, and that you were always, let's say, on the sunny side of things.
Yeah, I think the Armageddon game was quite fortunate for me. I mean, I got a comfortable position at some point, and then once I got takes on e4, I mean, of course, if not for the Armageddon situation, Black would never risk, but because it's Armageddon, you are both a little nervous, so things can still get out of control. But I guess it was still always, let's say, I always had a margin, I think. I mean, after this, yeah, this is a typical thing that White misses, and then it's good. I was much more... the main point today where I was worried was the game, the first Blitz game, where I allowed him some knight a4 tactic at some point. Other than that, I think I was mostly on the pressing side today. At least that's what I felt.
We'll bring that moment.
Knight a4, where exactly?
Knight a4. Instead of bishop e3, bishop takes c3. Knight a4, just on the spot. I mean, it's huge. And b6, bishop d2, and then b6 hangs, rook e1 comes. It's very nasty.
We missed that as well, yeah. Yasser was suggesting knight e2, which was also, I thought, quite interesting with the intention.
No, but it's much... I mean, unless... It is interesting, but I mean, even rook d8, knight a4, king f5, I don't feel particularly threatened, but I think knight a4 was much stronger. But this also maybe, I mean, knight a4 looks...
Yeah, knight a4 we completely missed, and yeah, it looks very...
I mean, b6 is anyway not the kind of move you want to play, but then bishop d2 or maybe even bishop f4. Yeah, bishop d2, for example, and then he's got the e1 square for the rook, and yeah, it's very uncomfortable. I mean, I must be honest, I was making a full list of the sidelines in the Queen's Gambit Accepted, and because my wife is doing a course on this, so I was helping her there a little bit, and I'm not sure. I think I forgot about e4, to be honest, which is very good for her course, because yeah, I mean, it's a bit stupid that it's pointed out to me in my in such an important game, but yeah, I don't recall what to do here, honestly.
That's quite amusing, for sure. I can imagine the dinner conversation in your household there, Anish. What are we cooking? What's for dinner? No. What's more important is, what do I do against e4 and the Queen's Gambit Accepted? But we do have a question from our audience, and Anna will deliver the question. Anna, what is our social media trending?
A lot of questions for Anish, and also congratulations. This is a tweet from a political doll saying, some say that Anish Giri has drawn against Chuck Norris and that he's capable of winning half a point in an Armageddon game. All we know is he's through to the semifinals of, well, actually that's not true, but I'm gonna read it out. I'm gonna read it out.
No, but just don't bother. I mean, the whole tweet, it makes no sense from start to finish. I mean, just not a single, just say congrats on the match victory at Anish Giri, all the best. And that's it. Even the end, he says he messed up the beginning, the middle, and the end. Just say congrats and move on, really. I mean,
the burn, but I do have a question for you also from the Twitch chat. Ozzy Mans was asking if you have seen Magnus's tweet of your round 2 game. Do you check your social media in between games, Anish, or only after the day is done?
When I have time and I don't have to prepare, then I check, because I check my phone and what's going on, and my way of spending the time, because it's otherwise tough, you know, in between games, when there's nothing to do, nothing to prepare, then you have like 5 minutes, and yeah, what are I gonna do with it? So I do check. Yeah, I mean, I found it not very nice, really. What Magnus said, it's not just not very nice. I mean, you know, I mean, it could have been a bad day for me, for all we know, and then it's not very nice. But it is a good day, so it's fine.
In that sense, was your an answer to some of that?
Yeah,
tweet,
that was
perhaps?
just a joke. That was just that was more of a joke. I mean, in this case, there's really nothing to be thrilled about. Or well, I mean, I'm happy to win the match, but I mean, it's not like it's a particularly a proud moment or something like that. I mean, I played okay, and I was lucky to hold the most important game in the end. And well, I mean, it is nice to have that one off my back, to have actually play a mini match where you made all the draws and you won. It is kind of nice for the books. Mm-hmm. So
that's true. And the final question from the chat by J Clones is, why did you decide, Anish, to play at home and not separate yourself in a hotel? With a reference to what Magnus said, that he thinks that it's easier to play if you go somewhere, a guest house, a hotel, just to pretend you're abroad at the tournament and not playing from home. Does it make a difference for you that you're playing from home? Is it more difficult?
Well, I mean, Magnus is, I mean, I am supposed to be the one, because I've got a child, you know, I mean, I'm the family man. I'm supposed to be the one thinking about it. And instead, he's the one apparently going for, I mean, in his case, it makes...
in Denmark, that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
said.
No, I mean, wonderful. Honestly, I don't know. I honestly didn't think about it. I mean, the moment the online thing started, traveling even to a hotel, even in your country or, you know, within the driving distance, it was still officially a little bit tricky, because, you know, there are all sorts of rules and stuff. I'm not sure all the hotels were open. So at the start, it hadn't occurred to me, because it was not a possibility. And since then, I just got used to the routine of playing home. And frankly, I mean, I sort of like it's just different. I mean, the whole thing is different. It's not just, well, the whole vibe is different from the start to finish, and being home is a part of it for me now. And I think I'm doing much better now than I did at the start. And I think I got used to it. But I understand Magnus's attempts to get to the familiar routine. In general, I think he is much more of a comfort zone person who needs his familiar routines. In my case, I like to try something new as well. So why not?
I'm about to cheat here, Anish, as we're getting prepared for a banter blitz game. So I'm going to get in a final question. At the very end of the Armageddon match, it looked to me like you were pre-moving. Were you?
Yeah, I mean, if I wanted, I could have flagged him like with what, like 7 seconds against 12 or what it was. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm really... I not only have a lot of experience with this, I also thought about it a little bit, and I saw how the only one who can flag you is Hikaru, because he does these pre-moves. He does the moves that you are not expecting. Like, he never gives you a check, because he knows you expect a check, so he puts the rook where the king is already going. And I saw him flagging people in rook against rook. He does it very, very masterfully. And he always tries to create this thing where you win the rook because the king's diagonally attacking the rook, and he's being very masterful. But against someone so new to the flagging game like Alexander, I managed this time, because yeah, I mean, it's also not very pleasant for him as well, because he knows that you know, it's not how he wants to win, and I guess that takes away these milliseconds from him, these doubts in his mind. But yeah, I do feel that if he was capable of flagging me, that would be all right, because that's part of the Armageddon game. In particular, Armageddon, I think it's well known that you're supposed to flag your opponent.
Very good. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Anish. It was very kind of you. Good luck in the next day of the quarterfinals. And of course, we are going to be back tomorrow for day 3 of the quarterfinals, featuring Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano. In the meanwhile, I just want to hand you over to Anna, who wants to talk a little bit about the banter blitz coming up. Anna.
Absolutely, yes, sir. This has been our today's question, but also a reminder on our calendar that today, even though Jan Nepomniachtchi was not competing, he'll be back tomorrow, but he will be taking on challenges against Chess24 premium members starting in half an hour. So do join the Banter Blitz session offline starting at 8 p.m. Central European Time. And as Yasser said, we will be back tomorrow with the rest of the action. Carlsen versus Karana and Nepomniachtchi versus Artemiev for the second day of their quarterfinals. Those of you who were saying that Hikaru is out, no. There are 3 days, best of 3. Well, 3 days depending on what happens on day 2, but in the quarterfinals and semifinals, and as well as the finals, the matches depend on the best of 3, which means that the player has to win 2 sets. So far, advantage for Carlsen, advantage for Nepomniachtchi for tomorrow, and of course, advantage for Anish as well. Thank you, Anish, for still hanging out with us. I'm gonna hand the famous last words to you since you are here.
Oh, really? Oh, no,
Yes.
I was just waiting because I thought I didn't say bye-bye to anyone, and I thought maybe I'm supposed to, maybe not. So I was just listening, waiting. But yeah,
no.
Bye-bye. Enjoy the fun.
Okay,
bye-bye. See you all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
There are more moves in chess than atoms in the universe. But only one move ends the game.
My name is John Bartholomew, and this is the Checkmate Patterns Manual.